Thank you very much. I request all the dignitaries to join us on the stage and kindly accept the chairs. I request all the dignitaries to please join us on stage and accept the chairs. I request all the dignitaries to join us on stage, please. A very good morning and warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and dear student friends. The National Conference on Media and Journalism has emerged as one of the strongest proponents of the ethical media and journalism in India. It has established itself as an important platform to bring together media leaders from across the country and abroad to connect and deliberate upon media ethics and ever-changing landscape of Indian media. NCMJ provides a common ground for intense reflection upon dialogue and inclusive discussion about the role of media and journalism in conflict resolution and promoting the culture of peace in this world. This conference will bring together the leading media personalities, experts, policy makers, academicians, social observers, administrators, peace advocates to exchange perspectives and share best practices related to the promotion of sustainable peace and development through media. It is our good fortune that we have such tall personalities with us on this stage today. Before we begin with this session, I would like to request everyone on the dais, off the dais, to rise in their seats for national song Vande Mataram, which would be followed by World Peace Prayer. I request everyone to rise in their seats and request my technical team to relay.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam, Sufalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Shasya Shamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shubhrajyosna Pulakitayaminim, Pullakusumita Dhrumadala Shobhinim, Suhasinim, Sumadhura Bhashinim, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Thank you. I request everyone to fold their hands, keep standing, fold your hands, close your eyes, and wholeheartedly participate in World Peace Prayer.
Om Namo Jiyadya Veda Pratipadya Jaya Jaya Swasamvedya Atmarupa Devatuti Ganeshu Sakalartha Mati Prakashu Mane Nivrutti Dasu Avadhari Bodhi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwara गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you. My friends, the National Conference on Media and Journalism has some set objectives to appreciate as well as to critically analyze the role of media and journalism in peace-building processes. Second, delineating the tenets of the value-based media practices. Third, to promote media and society, the emerging landscape. And fourth, to propose a roadmap by addressing the challenges of new media and the way forward for ethical media practices. My friends, there is so much to talk about the importance of media and journalism in today's society. In order to understand in detail about the vision and mission of NCMJ, I request my technical team to kindly relay a concept film.
आज के डेट में तो हम सब लोग एक तरीके से जर्नलिस्ट हैं बिकॉज ऑफ सोशल मीडिया एंड सोशल मीडिया इवोल्यूशन। तो हर व्यक्ति ने एक तरीके से अपनी अपनी भूमिका
I think there is some technical glitch. We will definitely relay the concept. But I'm really happy to share with you that as per the tradition of our country, our culture, our students are now going to present the Ganesh Vandana, which is extremely important tradition of our motherland. I request the students to kindly come forward for presenting the Ganesh Vandana.
गणपतये नमः। ॐ गणपतये नमः। ॐ गणपतये नमः। गजानन 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 गजमुखं
गजानन 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 गजमुखं
गजानन 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 गजमुखं
गजानन 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 गजमुखं
जयति जय गणपति गजानन वक्रतुण्ड सुमति शुभानन
जयति जय गणपति गजानन वक्रतुण्ड सुमति शुभानन
शुभ शकुन शुभ योग शुभ मंगल सुशोभा प्रथम पूजन
शुभ शकुन शुभ योग शुभ मंगल सुशोभा प्रथम पूजन
जयति जय गणपति सुमतिशुभानन जयति जय गणपति गजानन वक्रतुण्ड सुमतिशुभानन हे गजानन 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 गजमुखम्
हे गजानन गजानन
पीतांबरण पिप्पिलिकायति प्रिय सुस्वभावे
पीताम्बरण पिप्पिलिकायते प्रिय सुस्वभावे
चन्दतुण्डिल तनु त्रिभङ्गित्रिकालतालद्वयं समावे
तुण्डतुण्डिल तनु त्रिभङ्गित्रिकालतालद्वयं समावे
वेदवन्दित वन्दनं वाहन विराजित मोषकम्
Our first priority is to establish peace in
तव कपिलकाया कञ्चनं करकमलकोमलमोहकम्
तव कपिलकाया कञ्चनं करकमलकोमलमोहकम्
हे गजानन 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 गजमुखम्
हे गजानन 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 गजमुखम् गजानन गजमुखम् गजानन गजमुखम्
हे रम्ब लख लख ललाट लघूतमलास्य दयनीयाकथ
हे रम्ब लख लख ललाट लघूतमलास्य नयनियाकत
कुन्तल कुञ्ज किरीट कुण्डल किरण कोश कुशल क्रमागत
कुन्तल कुञ्ज किरीट कुण्डल किरण कोश कुशल क्रमागत
हे गजानन 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 गजमुखम् हे
गजानन 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 गजमुखम् गजानन 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 गजमुखम्
Thank you very much. It was such a beautiful performance. My friends, now I would like to request once again my technical team to relay the film which will give us the deeper understanding about the NCMJ.
आज के डेट में तो हम सब लोग एक तरीके से जर्नलिस्ट हैं बिकॉज ऑफ सोशल मीडिया एंड सोशल मीडिया इवोल्यूशन। तो हर व्यक्ति ने एक तरीके से अपनी अपनी भूमिका एक एक्टिव सिटीजन के नाते यहाँ पे बजानी चाहिए।
So the print media in India is not dead and is not going to die down, whatever the Americans and others tell you. We have our long life, we have our society, our leadership in chai shops and other places, and it will happen.
Our first priority used to be to establish peace and normalcy. That is the journalism that we practiced.
To me, media, either the print or electronics, or the present systems of the Google, the Facebook, and everything that you speak about and use it in everyday practice, is a very effective tool, and especially I would say it is a tool of education.
Each one of you is a broadcaster, as was said before. Each one of you is a satellite. You speak to us. You check us. You matter to us. That is the difference between the media of yesteryears and the media of today.
That the core principles of media, of journalism, in fact, all communication was to make the world more understandable. The world a better place where the light of knowledge dispels ignorance, fear, and hatred.
Thank you very much. And now it's time when I'm going to request the Director and Associate Dean of Department of Media and Communications and Dada Saheb Phalke International Film School, Professor Dheeraj Singh Ji, to kindly propose the welcome address.
My dear students, respected delegates, and our honorable guests on the dais, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the National Conference on Media and Journalism. It is a flagship event of the MIT World Peace University, now in its 6th edition. NCMJ is the brainchild of our Honorable Executive President, Professor Rahul V. Karad, who has always strongly believed in the power of the media and its importance as the fourth pillar of democracy and social change. The National Conference on Media and Journalism comes from an even older legacy of the MIT Group that began more than 4 decades ago, thanks to the visionary leadership of our founder, Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad. This year's theme, Media, Society, the Emerging Landscapes, could not be more relevant as we stand at a critical juncture where the media continues to shape, influence, and transform society in ways that were once unimaginable. Today, we are gathered here to explore the ever-changing relationship between media and society. It's a relationship that is old, but in today's reality of artificial intelligence and algorithms, is evolving at the speed of light. We are living in a time where digital platforms, AI, and changing media consumption patterns are driving unprecedented shifts. And so this conference will offer us a unique opportunity to discuss, debate, and analyze the challenges and opportunities that these emerging landscapes present before us. As journalists, educators, researchers, and media professionals, we play a key role in shaping public discourse and promoting values of truth, transparency, and responsibility. Our conversations today will be pivotal in understanding how media can continue to be a force for good while adapting to the changing dynamics of technology, politics, culture, and public engagement. We have an exciting lineup of sessions and keynote addresses from some of the leading voices in media and journalism today. In these 2 days, we will discuss how people in media and journalism can act as peacemakers, especially in a world that is full of strife. Also, how the art of storytelling can change perceptions in an attention economy. How cinema, the art of it, is changing in the digital age, and how media impacts democracy, not just as an institution, but also as a process of empowering citizens. In addition to this, we also have academic sessions where papers will be presented by researchers, scholars, and students on a wide array of topics related to the media. So, before we dive into the discussions, I'd like to take a moment to express our special gratitude to the faculty and the students of the Department of Media and Communication who have ensured that every successive NCMJ is a leap forward into the future. I would also like to thank our esteemed speakers, panelists, and delegates for being here to share their thoughts and expertise and insights with us. Together, let's make the most of this opportunity to engage in a meaningful dialogue, to build connections, and think critically about the future of the media and its role in shaping a society that is fair, equitable, and peaceful. Once again, I would like to welcome all of you to the 6th National Conference on Media and Journalism. I look forward to an inspiring and enriching experience over the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dheeraj Singh Ji. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. And now it's the moment when I'm going to request him and the Chief Academic Officer of MIT World Peace University, Dr. Sanjay Kamtekarji, to kindly felicitate and welcome the dignitaries on the dais. First and foremost, I would like to request them to kindly welcome and felicitate the chief guest of this session, Shri Ravi Kapoorji. Please put your hands together and welcome with a round of applause retired IAS and former CEO of Sansad TV, Shri Ravi Kapoorji. A big round of applause, my friends. A big round of applause. We are welcoming the chief guest. Thank you. I now request them to kindly felicitate and welcome special guest of honor, Shri Raj Kishore Tiwari ji, Chief Editor of Buland Bharat TV. A big round of applause, my friends, as we welcome Shri Raj Kishore Tiwari ji. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your presence. I now request them to kindly felicitate and welcome Shri Sujay Gupta ji, Group Head of Herald Publications. Please put your hands together and welcome Shri Sujay Gupta ji. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I now request them to kindly felicitate Shri Neil De Silva ji, renowned author. Please welcome Shri Neil De Silva ji with a big round of applause, my friends. I now request them to kindly felicitate Shri Sunit Bhavi ji, President of PUWJ. Shri Sunit Bhavi ji, a very long association of PUWJ with NCMJ. Thank you very much. I now request them to kindly felicitate and welcome the actor, renowned influencer, Madam Pranjali Singh Parihar. A big round of applause for Madam Pranjali Singh Parihar. And a very, very special name for our institution and to us. I request them to kindly felicitate Shri Siddharth Kagji, a television producer and documentary maker and a renowned name in India. Thank you very much. My friends, National Conference on Media and Journalism has been playing a critical role over the period of last 5 years, and this is the 6th edition of NCMJ.
6th edition of
and
National Conference on Media and Journalism.
And all the tall personalities have been taking part in the National Conference on Media and Journalism, and all the academic leaders of the university were equally interested and eager to be part of this conference. Unfortunately, Honorable Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, Dr. R.M. Chitnis ji, had to travel because of some urgent and emergencies, but he is absolutely here with us through online medium. He is attending this conference online, and right now also he is with us. But before I request him to say a few words, I request my technical team to play a small video message that we have received from his end.
Good morning, all of you. Welcome to this 6th edition of National Conference on Media and Journalism. MIT World Peace University organizes this in association with the Foreign Correspondent Club of Asia, Pune Union of Working Journalists, and R.K. Lakshman Museum. On behalf of Founder President and UNESCO Chair, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, on behalf of Honorable Executive President Rahul Vishwanath Karad sir, and on behalf of trustee members, faculty, staff, students, it is indeed a pleasure to welcome you for this very, very important conference. So, on behalf of all of you, may we welcome Mr. Ravi Kapoor, former CEO of Census Television. We also welcome Honorable Siddharth Kakji, television producer and documentary maker. We also welcome Sujay Gupta ji, Group Head, Herald Publications. We welcome Neil D'Souza ji, renowned author and President of Horror Writers Association. We also welcome Pranjali Singh Parihar, actor and influencer. And we welcome Mr. Sunit Bhave ji, President of Pune Union of Working Journalists, and Mr. Raj Kishore Tiwari, Chief Editor of Bulanda Bharat Television. Friends, the central theme of this year's National Conference on Media Journalism is Media and Society, the Emerging Landscape. We have 9 sessions on the various topics related to multiple aspects of how media and society are changing with time. However, as a responsible academic institution, the core thought of MIT World Peace University, while organizing every such socially important event, is to find ways and means to establish world peace, compassion, humanity, and universal brotherhood. NCMJ, National Conference on Media Journalism, carries great significance to discuss, deliberate, and brainstorm on issues which play a vital role in ensuring that important information is passed on to the society and in the right manner. Media and society must go hand in hand to ensure a better tomorrow for the generations to come. The world is coming together with the use of amazing technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, digital revolution, and so on. So the transformation of information is possible from one corner of the world to another and from Earth to space in time less than a wink of eye. I compliment the Department of Media and Journalism for organizing National Conference on Media Journalism to create the ripples of thoughtful discussions from experts, journalists, and the experts panelists. Let's have a healthy and fruitful debate on how the landscape is emerging between the media and society. Welcome you again. Thank you for coming in large number. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, for your address, and we are really glad to know that you are here with us online. My friends, as you all are aware, that such platforms increase the interaction and understanding between what is going on in industry and among the students. There have been many such platforms created by MIT group of institutions over the period of last many decades. And the epitome of all such platforms is National Legislators Conference Bharat. In order to introduce all of us to NLC Bharat, I request my technical team to kindly relay the film.
भारतीय संविधान हमारे देश का सर्वोच्च ग्रंथ है जो सरकार को शासन चलाने की शक्ति देता है। हमारा संविधान हर भारतीय की पहचान है, जो सभी नागरिकों को समानता की गारंटी देता है। हर नागरिक को समान अवसर मिले, इसके लिए जनप्रतिनिधियों के बीच आपसी संवाद बेहद जरूरी है। संवाद से राष्ट्र निर्माण के मूल मंत्र के साथ राष्ट्रीय विधायक सम्मेलन यानी नेशनल लेजिस्लेटर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस भारत की स्थापना हुई। आजादी के अमृत काल में एनएलसी भारत का जन्म भारतीय लोकतंत्र की एक ऐतिहासिक उपलब्धि है। मुंबई में एनएलसी भारत के प्रथम सम्मेलन का आयोजन 2023 में 15 से 17 जून के बीच हुआ। इस सम्मेलन में अनेक राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री, लोकसभा विधानसभा के स्पीकर महोदय और एमएलए एमएलसीज ने भाग लिया।
पूरे प्लेटफॉर्म से मेरी इच्छा है कि तमिलनाडु का एक कोई एमएलए और महाराष्ट्र का एमएलए, उनकी भी दोस्ती कैसे बन जाए।
राजनीति के इस महाकुंभ के दौरान पूरी दुनिया भारतीय लोकतंत्र के सबसे बड़े गैर राजनीतिक मंच एनएलसी भारत के गठन की साक्षी बनी।
All of us, we are Janapratinidhi. We are public representative. That is important.
इस सम्मेलन के जरिए राजनीति से हटकर बात हो रही है।
देश के 4,500 विधायक कैसे बने जनता की आवाज, राज्यों के बीच संवाद को कैसे बेहतर बनाया जाए, जनप्रतिनिधियों के बीच आपसी सहयोग कैसे बढ़ाया जाए। दुनिया के सबसे विशाल लोकतंत्र भारत के सामने यह कुछ ऐसे सवाल थे जिसका जवाब जन कल्याण के लिए बेहद जरूरी था। आजादी के 75 साल बाद भी राज्यों के बीच आपसी संवाद का ऐसा कोई मंच नहीं था जहां सभी राज्यों के विधायक दलीय राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर सुशासन पर बात कर सकें।
Thank the young man, Shri Rahul Kada, behind all this.
मुंबई में प्रथम राष्ट्रीय विधायक सम्मेलन की कामयाबी इस बात का संकेत है कि आने वाले समय में एनएलसी भारत साझेदारी और संवाद से राष्ट्र निर्माण का एक नया इतिहास लिखेगा। एनएलसी भारत की गौरवशाली शुरुआत के बाद आज हर भारतीय गर्व से कह सकता है कि अगर संविधान भारतीय लोकतंत्र की आत्मा है तो संवाद उसकी धड़कन और एनएलसी भारत उस धड़कन की सबसे बुलंद आवाज है।
Thank you very much for that film. And now I would like to request the Chief Academic Officer of MIT World Peace University, Dr. Sanjay Kamtekarji, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning and welcome everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Founder Member, President of MIT WPU, Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, our visionary mentor Sri Rahul Karad sir, Mr. Dheeraj Singh, esteemed filmmaker, writer, Siddharth Kakji, distinguished media personality present over here, and all the renowned dignitaries present here today. I extend my heartfelt thanks for your presence and continued support. I would like to express my gratitude to the Department of Media and Journalism for organizing the 6th National Conference of Media and Journalism at MIT WPU. This event has consistently served as a vital platform for discussions on the changing dynamics of media and its critical role in shaping the society. The theme of this year's conference, Media and Society, Emerging Landscape, could not be more relevant in today's time. The relationship between media and society has always been one of profound interdependence. However, with the rapid evolution of technology, digital platform, and new forms of communication, this relationship is undergoing a dramatic transformation and change. Media is no longer just an observer or reporter of events. Today, it is a participant, a shaper of opinions, and an influencer of public perception. Whether it's the way news is consumed, or the rise of citizen journalism, the landscape has shifted fundamentally. The digital revolution has democratized information, giving voices to many who previously lacked the platform to be heard. At the same time, it has posed new challenges of misinformation, polarization, and the decline of trust in traditional media. In this emerging landscape, the responsibility of media professionals is greater than ever. The role of journalism is not just to inform, but to educate, to provide clarity in a world often filled with confusion. As society grows more complex, so too does the role of the media in shaping public opinion and fostering understanding. We find ourselves in a time where critical issues like climate change, social justice, and political polarization demand responsible and ethical journalism. It is essential that the media not only reports the facts, but does so with integrity, providing the context and insight that helps society make sense of these global challenges. Moreover, as we delve deeper into the era of digital media, artificial intelligence, and big data, we must also consider the ethical dimensions of these technologies. The future of journalism is not about ensuring that these tools are used to uphold the values of truth, transparency, and fairness. At conferences like this, we have the opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue, to explore these emerging challenges, and to equip ourselves with the knowledge and skills necessary to navigate this evolving media landscape. It's through such discussions that we can inspire the next generation of media professionals to uphold the highest standards of journalism, while embracing innovation and change. In conclusion, the role of media in society will only continue to grow in importance as we move forward. The choices we make today, the principles we stand by, and the innovation we embrace will define the future of journalism and, by extension, the future of our society. I look forward to the insights and discussions that will emerge from this conference, and I'm confident that together we'll pave the way for a more informed, ethical, and inclusive media landscape. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. And now we have the renowned television producer and documentary maker and our special guest of honor, Shri Siddharth Kakji, who's now going to address the gathering. But before I do that, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film made on life and work of Shri Siddharth Kakji.
Shri Siddharth Kak is a distinguished documentary maker, television producer, and presenter, widely recognized for his iconic television show Surabhi, 1993 to 2001. As the founder of Cinema Vision India, Shri Kak has led his company to win several major television awards, including 3 national awards, and has produced over 100 documentaries and numerous television series. Currently, in collaboration with MSDE and NSDC, he is producing and hosting the primetime reality show Hunarbaz Mission Skill India. Shri Kak is also the founder trustee of the Surabhi Foundation for Research and Cultural Exchange, Surabhi Force. Beyond his contributions to the media industry, he serves on various prestigious committees and boards, including the governing board of the Central University of Jammu and the Executive Council of the Central University of Kashmir. We warmly welcome Shri Siddharth Kak.
Thank you. Thank you very much. जैसे आपने देखा कि I am very much part of and very proud and happy to be part of the MIT think tank, if you feel like, or the advisory board. But I'm also what you might call फिर घर की मुर्गी. तो ये घर की मुर्गी को आपको क्या बताना है? आप स्टूडेंट्स हैं, आप जर्नलिज्म और मीडिया में अपनी तरह से उसको आप सीखना चाह रहे हैं, आप माहिर बनना चाह रहे हैं. मैं आपको यही कहना चाहूँगा, what I would like to share with you is, yes, there are many ideas about how media and journalism is important, and we all realize it. But as the title says, media and journalism in the emerging reality. You have to be aware of that. And so you have to think, how is the best way in which you can make your voice heard with many different kinds of influences playing upon you. So that emerging reality has to be faced by us every minute of the day. Even in physical aspects, आपने देखा कि मुझे अब नीचे उतरना, ऊपर चढ़ना इतना आसान नहीं है. हालांकि I have been on the Indian Everest expedition, but 30-40 साल हो गए. So times change. I thought I would share with you just two little things. There's no point pontificating about what you should do and how you should do, but I have एक नुस्खा है मेरे पास. अगर आप उसको अपनाना चाहें, सोच लीजिए. What are the 5 principles of being able to write something, make something as a filmmaker outstanding? तो सबसे पहले, before I even begin those 5 principles, मैं आप सुनना चाहेंगे, मैं बताऊं आपको. तो ये ऐसा है, data and information सबके पास है. You have all kinds of information coming to you 24 hours of the day, but your role is not to regurgitate data and information. Your role is to discover common elements and understand from that the emerging reality and offer an insight. मैं आपको कहूँ कि आपकी ज़िंदगी में आपकी पूरी ज़िंदगी should be, according to me, और मेरी ज़िंदगी तो उसमें devoted रही है कि एक एक चीज़ में आप insight, एक नज़रिया कैसे पेश कर रहे हैं जो नया हो और जो लोगों को उत्साह दे, या it gives them inspiration or a understanding over and above the cliches and the overall data and facts of the day of the situation. अब इस इंसाइट को गेन करने के लिए मैं आपको 5, और याद रखिए कि ये 5 जो मैं प्रिंसिपल्स आपको देता हूँ बहुत बड़ी चीज़ें नहीं है, बहुत सिंपल है. यू विल वंडर कि भाई कैन आई रियली डू इट? यस यू कैन, बिकॉज दीज principles are used even for leadership. You can become a leader if you use these particular principles. You have to add one more element to that, and that is empathy. But that is a leadership talk. What are those 5 principles? सबसे पहले, this is how you can deal with an issue you know nothing about. And there will be many occasions in your life where you will be faced with situations you don't know anything about. How do you either discover more information about it, facts about it, or write about it, or make a film about it? तो पहली चीज़ है, observe करिए. Observe. Where are you? What is this? How are you placed vis-a-vis the subject? And who is doing what? So you discover context. सबसे पहले observation से आपको context मिलता है. दूसरी बात है, और तीसरे पे आएंगे, पूछो. अक्सर मैं देखता हूँ कि लोग जो हैं, मुझे ऐसे लगा, मैंने सोचा. अरे भाई, पूछो, यकीन करवाओ. Get the facts. There's no shame in asking, because you may get the best information from somebody completely unexpected. Keep your mind, your ears open for receiving knowledge which can lead you to insight. तो आपका तीसरा हुआ, सुनो और पूछो. फिर जब आप पूछ के आपको कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलती है और उन लोगों को पूछो जो आपके ओपिनियन से एग्री नहीं करते हैं. They believe something different. Why do they believe something different? And you hear them out with an open mind. And once you have understood all the implications even of something that you don't know anything about from people who know something about that and who may disagree with you, form your opinion and act wisely, which means you can write wisely. When you make a film, you can bring points of view which reflect these different aspects which you have absorbed, and you place them before the public. Let them take a decision. But you have understood. अब सुरभि में ऐसा ही हुआ कि हम तो एक्सपर्ट्स थोड़ी हैं. मैं इस पर कंप्लीट करता हूँ. हमको आर्ट और कल्चर के बारे में इतना कुछ तब भी नहीं मालूम था, आज भी मालूम नहीं है. लेकिन बहुत सारे लोग जो हैं वो सब जानते हैं और अपनी बात और अपनी राय आपके सामने पेश करते हैं. तो which one do you choose? So when you listen and you ask, you understand how you should choose and what you should write and how you should express yourself. और जैसे मैंने कहा कि आप जब लिखेंगे या आप फिल्म भी बनाएंगे, आपके दिमाग में एक और चीज़ होनी चाहिए कि आपका हेडलाइन क्या है. You should be able to express yourself in one line, in 1 minute. I have to leave. But I'm telling you that if you go for a television production, you go for a writing, you go for an interview, in one line, you have to express why you should be chosen. What is your big idea? What is your USP? So, that one insight you must gain through 5 principles of understanding. Thank you very much. See you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind words and words of wisdom, I would say. I'm really glad to share with you that our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, as I said, he is already with us, but he would like to say a few words and welcome all of you once again personally. So I would like to request sir to kindly address us. Sir, can you hear us? Over to you, sir. Sir, I think you're on mute. We are not able to hear you. Sir, can you please...
Sir, confirmation if I am audible to you?
Yes, you are.
Yes, sir. Yes, audible. Yeah. Once again, welcome to all the dignitaries. And,
Recording in progress.
We are very happy to see that Dr. Dheeraj Singh and entire team of Journalism and Media School, Dr. Biniwale, Dr. Pathe, and all of them, they have done hard work and come up to this particular level of conference. In fact, NCMJ was started with the idea and objective by Dr. Karad sir and Rahul Karad sir to spread peace, as our name itself is MIT World Peace University. And you are aware that the 4 major pillars of democracy, media is very important. And as media is now has the conversion with the best of the best technology in the world, maybe convergence with social media or maybe different kind of a, the medium through which the photographs and the text is sent. And digital age has brought in certain amount of complexities too. So if we say that digital age or digitalization of media is very good, no doubt about it, but it has brought in some challenges, and that we have to confront or find out the solutions. One of them is erosion of trust, that if everything comes in social media is not trusted. The second could be proliferation of misinformation or wrong narratives are created continuously. And the third could be the need of evolving audience or the need of audience of newer generation is completely evolving. I am aware that in front of audience, in front of our all the celebrities from media, those who have assembled in Dhaneshwar Hall, our students of next generations are sitting. And if you ask them what is their need from media, or is it evolving, is it different than our generation? The answer could be yes. But if you look at the same situation, instead of calling it as a challenge, we can say the same thing in a different way. We can say that there is a potential in terms of innovation, in terms of creativity, and renewed commitment to the core principles of this particular craft. I'm aware that Surbi Head, Dr. Siddharth Kak, and many others are there, and they will definitely discuss and dwell upon various issues, challenges, or rather go for innovation, creative thinking, and you will see that we will overcome the present challenges. Once again, on behalf of Dr. Karad sir, Rahul Karad sir, and all of us in MIT World University, I welcome you, and I'm sure that next 2 days deliberations on various topics will be worthwhile, and this will bring in some action which will help our students in terms of their internship, placement in the entire curriculum. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for being with us and addressing us.
Last moment out of Pune, but I will be there today night and tomorrow whole day and valedictory I will be attending. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much once again. And now I am really glad to welcome the next special guest of honor, Madam Pranjali Singh Pariharji. But before I do that, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film.
Ms. Pranjali Singh Parihar is an emerging Indian television actress known for her work in the Hindi TV industry.
Recording stopped.
She has appeared in several popular TV shows, often portraying strong, relatable characters that resonate with viewers. She has garnered attention for her versatile acting skills and striking screen presence. She is known for her role in the TV series Anokha Bandhan. Her previous work includes memorable performances in various Hindi TV serials, including Shiv Shakti, Tatya, Tandav, and Dalchini. Ms. Pranjali's ability to bring depth to her characters has earned her a growing fan base and critical acclaim. Despite being new to the industry, her talent and dedication have set her apart from her peers. Her charismatic personality, combined with her passion for acting, continues to open doors for her in the entertainment industry. Her growing popularity is a testament to her hard work and talent. She continues to expand her horizons, taking on challenging roles that highlight her versatility as an actress. We warmly welcome Ms. Pranjali Singh Parihar.
Please put your hands together and welcome with a big round of applause, my friends, Madam Pranjali Singh Parihar.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for having me here, and I promise it is going to be short. And I would like to ask few questions to the students. What do you think is the role of media and journalism? Any of you? Any of you? Sure.
My friends, let us welcome revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir with a huge round of applause. We are indeed delighted and honored to have him here today. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. So, media students, please tell me what is the role of media and journalism for you? Any of you? Yes? You can stand up and say. Hold on, we are giving you a mic.
Hello. To decimate things happening around the corner.
Okay.
According to my point of view.
Fair enough. And?
Thank you. It's media and journalism is the mirror of the society, and it shows the people what is the reality of on the ground and what is the people talk in public. So they bridge the gap between the reality and the virtuality, which is shown on social media and even in media TV also. But overall, it is very good. As more journalists will come, more sincerity will come. It will be quite transparent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So, I think कोई भी आंसर गलत नहीं होता है. अगर मैं इसको एकदम शॉर्ट में करूं, तो for me it's educate, inform and entertain. I understood the role of media and journalism through cinema, as I am an artist. So I understand the language of cinema. And there are few films I would not recommend you, but I will just mention it. There's Nightcrawler, The President's Men, The Post. These films, they actually made me understand the importance of media in journalism in our society. ये पिछले कुछ वक्त में बहुत बड़ा चेंज हुआ है, एंड स्पेशली पोस्ट कोविड बहुत सारे चेंजेस हुए हैं. एंड गाइज आई थिंक यही टाइम है टू यूज़ इट इन द बेस्ट वे पॉसिबल. एंड यू हैव ऑल माई विशेस, एंड स्पेशली you have Anu ma'am. So Anu ma'am, I am Anu ma'am student from Renaissance College from Indore, and I'm telling you, you guys have the best faculty, the best resources available. Make the best out of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your presence and your words of wisdom. My friends, now we have with us the special guest of honor of PUWJ, Shri Suneet Bhaviji. But before I invite him to address the gathering, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film.
Shri Suneet Bhave is of the state government. Shri Bhave's contributions to journalism are widely acknowledged, especially in local and regional reporting, and he continues to influence journalistic standards and practices. He has worked for some Marathi news channels along with newspapers like Kesari, Lok Satta and Sakar. So far, he has written extensively for important infrastructure projects like Pune Metro, Ring Road and the airport. He has done reporting for Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha and Pune Municipal Corporation elections held in the last few years. Apart from that, he had the opportunity to cover the Telangana Assembly elections held last year. Apart from that, he gave a keynote speech in a program organized by Akashvani and Pune Doordarshan about the changes that have taken place in the cities during the G20 conference held last year. In 2024, he was elected as the president of the Pune Shramik Patrakar Sangh, a significant journalists' union in Pune. His leadership in the Shramik Patrakar Sangh is expected to strengthen the representation of journalists and address key issues they face. We warmly welcome Shri Suneet Bhave.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together and welcome Shri Suneet Bhaviji.
नमस्ते. इस हॉल में आने के बाद कुछ पुरानी यादें फिर से एक बार दोहराने लगी है मन में. 10-15 साल पहले मैं एजुकेशन बीट कवर करता था और कराड़ सर के यहाँ के ये प्रोग्राम में बहुत सारी बार रिपोर्टिंग के लिए आता था। और आज पुणे यूनियन ऑफ वर्किंग जर्नलिस्ट का प्रेसिडेंट के हिसाब में मैं आया हूँ, तो एक यहाँ पे बैठा हूँ तो कुछ अलग सा महसूस हो रहा है। इसलिए सबसे पहले तो मैं MIT को बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने PUWJ के साथ एसोसिएट किया। फ्रेंड्स, जैसे कि मैंने अभी बताया कि मैं पुणे श्रमिक पत्रकार संघ का प्रेसिडेंट के हैसियत से आया हूँ, तो सिर्फ एक दो बातें हमारे यूनियन के बारे में बताना चाहता हूँ आपको। ये जो हमारी जो यूनियन है वो देश की सबसे पुरानी यूनियन है, जो 1940 में एस्टैब्लिश हुई थी और अभी इसका 85th ईयर चल रहा है। SM जोशी जैसे सोशो इकोनॉमिक जो फील्ड में थे वो भी हमारे यूनियन के प्रेसिडेंट रह चुके हैं। अभी हमारे यूनियन में प्रिंट और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया ये दोनों के मेंबर्स हैं और वो लगभग 500 से ज़्यादा मेंबर्स हमारे यहाँ हैं। पुणे और पिंपरी चिंचवड दोनों एरिया के हमारे यहाँ के मेंबर हैं। जैसे कि मैंने बताया कि और जैसे कि ये आज का जो विषय है कि पत्रकारिता और समाज, तो मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि पत्रकारिता ये तो समाज का ही माध्यम है। समाज की धड़कनों को व्यक्त करना, समाज की पीड़ा को उजागर करना और उसके साथ ही समाज हित के लिए भूमिका निभाकर व्यवस्था की आंखों में अंजन डालना, यही पत्रकारिता का प्रमुख कार्य है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। पुणे में कई वर्ष पहले केसरी अखबार के माध्यम से लोकमान्य तिलक ने इस पत्रकारिता को सही दिशा दी थी। उसके बाद समाज से ही अखबार का नाम क्या होना चाहिए ऐसे पूछकर सकाल अखबार शुरू करने वाले नाना साहेब परुलेकर ने भी समाज के हित में ही काम किया था। उसके बाद स्वतंत्रता के बाद आपातकाल में अखबार की स्वतंत्रता पर निर्बंध लगने के बाद कई संपादकों ने जो एडिटोरियल पेज रहता है वो पूरा का पूरा उसकी जगह खाली छोड़कर सरकार की नीतियों का विरोध किया था। इतिहास में थोड़ा झांकने का कारण इतना ही है कि समाज और अखबार ये दोनों अलग अलग चीज़ें नहीं हैं, बल्कि वो एक ही है। 21वीं सदी की शुरुआत में जब देश में मोबाइल का आगमन हुआ 2001 के बीच में, तो उसके बाद आज हम 2025 में प्रवेश करने जा रहे हैं कुछ 2 महीने में। लेकिन आज क्या स्थिति है, जब मैं सिर्फ बताना चाहता हूँ कि अगर देखा जाए तो अगर किसी को यहाँ के जो भी डिग्निटरीज है उनके भाषण में कोई रुचि नहीं है, तो अभी हॉल में बहुत सारे लोग शायद सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर पोस्ट करने जा रहे होंगे या किसी पोस्ट को लाइक करने जा रहे होंगे। तो मोबाइल ने हमारा पूरा सोशल मीडिया पर हर कोई व्यक्त हो सकता है। जैसे कि मैंने कहा कि कोई भी व्यक्ति ही इस हॉल का किसी भी देश के प्रमुखों द्वारा लिए गए निर्णय से लेकर जो कल ही हम मैच हारे हैं उस न्यूजीलैंड के खिलाफ रोहित शर्मा की क्या गलती थी, इसके ऊपर भी टिप्पणी कर सकता है। समाज के हर किसी को इस तरह से व्यक्त होने का, अपनी राय खुलकर रखने का मौका पहले कभी भी नहीं मिलता था। लेकिन हमें थोड़ी सी होशियारी भी रखनी चाहिए, क्योंकि यही सोशल मीडिया दो समाजों में भी कुछ बंटवारा लाना चाहता है। इसलिए समाज की इस खामियों को उजागर करने का काम मीडिया को करना है। जैसे कि हम कहते हैं कि अखबार समाज का दर्पण होते हैं, यह कहावत मराठी में हमेशा इस्तेमाल होती है। इससे अनुसार ही समाज की अच्छी बुरी घटनाओं का प्रतिबिंब अखबारों में दिखना स्वाभाविक है। लेकिन इस बदलते समय में समाज के संबंधित स्वास्थ्य को लेकर, फिटनेस को लेकर कई विषयों को मीडिया ने उचित स्थान दिया है। टाइम्स ग्रुप में काम करते वक्त तकनीकी बदलाव के रूप में हम न्यूज़पेपर में काफ़ी सारी इमेजेस AI जनरेटेड यूज़ करते हैं। इसके ऊपर सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर हम कई लोगों ने हमारी आलोचना भी की है। लेकिन अगर AI आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस भविष्य है तो वर्तमान की खबर देने वाला अखबार इससे पीछे नहीं रह सकता। इसीलिए यही उसका उपयोग करने का उद्देश्य है। लगभग एक दशक पहले से सोशल मीडिया पर आई कोई भी न्यूज़ को हम वही ट्रू है ऐसा मान लेते थे, लेकिन अब कुछ बदलाव आ रहा है। बहुत बड़ा समाज का एक बड़ा वर्ग है जो विश्वसनीयता के लिए अखबारों के ऊपर निर्भर है, और यही अखबारों का बहुत अच्छा काम चल रहा है। एक बार फिर से मुझे यहाँ बुलाने के लिए मैं MIT को धन्यवाद देता हूँ, और अगले हफ्ते शुरू हो जाने वाले दिवाली के त्यौहार के लिए आप सबको भी शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And thank you once again for your long-standing relationship with NCMJ. My friends, now it's time when I'm going to request the special guest of honor of this session, Shri Neil De Silva ji, to address the gathering. But before I do that, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film.
Neil De Silva is an acclaimed Indian author, best known for his works in the horror genre. He has gained recognition for weaving gripping narratives that explore the supernatural, often blending Indian folklore and mythology with modern themes. His debut novel, Maya's New Husband, became an instant hit, solidifying his reputation as a leading horror writer in India. De Silva's writing is noted for its vivid imagery, intense atmosphere, and psychological depth, often leaving readers in a state of eerie suspense. His works, such as Yakshini, Right Behind You, The Charm, Stories of the Indian Lemon Chili Charm, and The Evil Eye, have been appreciated for bringing a uniquely Indian perspective to the global horror scene. Beyond novels, Neil De Silva is also a prominent voice in prompting Indian horror, often engaging with his audience through literary festivals, workshops, and social media. He has expanded his work to other media platforms, with several of his books being adapted for screen projects. He is a winner at the Delhi Literature Festival Short Story Competition of 2015. His book, Maya's New Husband, won the title of Entertainer of the Year at the Literary Awards 2015. Neil De Silva continues to push the boundaries of horror literature, captivating readers with his exploration of the dark and mysterious. We warmly welcome Neil De Silva.
Put your hands together and welcome Shri Neil De Silva ji.
Good afternoon. Today, when I am standing here on this very respectable, esteemed stage and in company of such venerable people, people who have inspired and influenced me, especially Siddharth Kakji, I have to pay tribute to one thing that has brought me here, and that is books. Books. It starts with reading books. Somewhere along the way, it's developed into me wanting to write a book, and then I wrote a book, and now I'm here. So this is such a journey, and sometimes I reflect that when we are talking about media and journalism, I think that the one thing of literature that really endures are books. Authors, we are very humble people. We start with very small ideas, small ambitions. We start with something like, okay, we want to write a book, we want to tell a story to this world, that is what we start with. But then who knows where that story lands? Did George Orwell know that when he was writing 1984, in the year 1949, that the book will still be talked about in 2024 and it will become a matter of cultural debate? Or Margaret Atwood, for that matter, when she wrote The Handmaid's Tale in 1985, who knew that she was making a statement about control and subjugation, and which would probably lead the world to a kind of dystopia? It's a moral lesson for us. Or Munshi Premchand, when he was writing stories like Godan and Bade Ghar Ki Beti, probably he did not know that those stories were not just stories, but they were a chronicle of the culture of that time. And they were telling us a fiber of that society. They were telling us about the social ethos, which for today would become a source to derive from and a learning lesson. So this is what books do. They are stories. At the face of it, they are stories, but hidden within them, embedded within them, are a statement of civilization. I write horror. Horror is what has brought me here, and horror has got a very bad name. There's a stigma attached to this genre that, okay, this is kind of like a taboo, but that is because of the way horror has evolved over the years. If you see some of the most classic forms of literature, books in literature, they come from the horror genre, like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. I can talk about Frankenstein. Again, Mary Shelley, what did she know that when she was writing Frankenstein, it would become the most adapted book in the whole world's history? Like, there were so many movies and shows made on Frankenstein. So that's literature. Dracula is literature. If you take out the horror element of it, it is a story of twisted romance, right? And romance is a part of human emotion that we cannot keep aside. In a very humble way, when I wrote books like Yakshini or Pishach, I did not know that I would still be getting comments from readers that, okay, you have told us like what a Yakshini is, you have brought us back to the roots, and this is where I try to seek my inspiration from. When I started writing in 2015, my first book was Maya's New Husband, which was a story of Aghoris, something that had fascinated me from a long time, and I had done a lot of research on it over the years, and I wrote this story. When I wrote this very dark kind of fiction novel, albeit with a lot of research in it, and when I was trying to publish the book, at that time I was just a self-published author. I would not say just because even self-publishing has its own kind of respect today. But when I was publishing the book, I figured out that when I was putting it on Amazon, the top 100 books in Indian horror were not by Indian authors. There was only Stephen King, Dean Koontz, and Bram Stoker, and people like this, and not a single Indian author, except Mr. Ruskin Bond, who's a genius. Today, there are 40 or more Indian authors who write in, English. So we have come a long way. Horror is getting its respectability, but that is because we have tried to avoid the Western influence in Indian horror. Today we are writing, if you see film, if you see movies like the current movies that went a big hit, like Munjya, or maybe Tumbad, right? Stree, these are Indian stories, and the stories are so well made that people over the world, not just India, Tumbad is a hit worldwide. That's because people are deriving from the stories, they are learning lessons. And now you would not say that Tumbad is just a cringe horror movie. It is something that gives you a very important lesson about human greed. It's a fable which will go down generations. And this is where I go to tell about my inspirations. My inspiration, of course, there is Edgar Allan Poe. I read Telltale Heart when I was a little child, and the story stayed with me so profoundly that despite having a business of a coaching class for 18 years, the story was still in my mind, and I wanted to write something like that, and I came back to it, and that's how I published my first book. Today I'm writing, I'll end with this. I am quite a little bit saddened by the fact that Indian horror has not reached where it should reach. We have fantastic folklore. We have, you go every 100 kilometers in India, you will hear a legend from that place, which is not chronicled, not documented. We are very bad at putting things down on paper. Our oral traditions are strong, and I'm talking about folklore. I want, if you are taking up horror as well, to talk about these indigenous stories. Enough with the vampires and werewolves and ghouls. We have had 2,000 adaptations of those. Why should they become so popular in India when, of course, the lore of a vampire or a werewolf is so flimsy, you can put it down in 2 lines. But our folklore entities, like, for example, the Yakshini, on whom I wrote a book, the Pishach, or maybe the Bayangi from Konkan, if you have heard of it, or maybe Shakchunni or Nishidak from Bengal, or maybe if you go to Gujarat, there is this ghost on Dumas beach that you will hear about, Bhangad, Kuldhara, right? And there are so many, even Kashmir has a kind of a witch creature called as the Rantas. And these are such amazing folklore traditions with such strong stories attached to them, with morals attached to them. And we are not talking about those. How about making these stories popular within our country first, and maybe the world will then sit up and recognize, just like how our mythology is now shaping up the whole world. I think our horror lore should be looked at in the positive light, and maybe people can talk about it more, just like how Japanese horror and Korean horror is now famous all over the world, and America is making these summer blockbusters on them. I think our stories are stronger. So we are turning back to our roots. I'm saying be Indian and buy Indian, even when it comes to Indian horror. Enough with the conjurings. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much once again for bringing the hidden gems of our country to our notice. Thank you very much, Neil De Silva ji. Now it's time when I'm going to invite our next special guest of honor, Shri Sujay Gupta ji. But before I do that, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film.
Shri Sujay Gupta is the group editor of Herald Publications, Goa's oldest media house, known for its influential English daily, O Herald O. With 25 years of experience as an investigative reporter, he has worked with The Telegraph, The Statesman, Times of India, Sakar, Asian Age, NDTV and BBC. At Herald, he focuses on community-driven journalism, advocating for impactful stories that drive change. He has attended major journalism conferences, including the Asian Investigative Journalism Conferences and the GIGN conference in Norway, reflecting Herald's commitment to journalistic excellence and community engagement. He reported extensively from Naxal conflict zones like Chhattisgarh, J&K, including the Hazrat blast and the terror attack on Sharar-e-Sharif. He has been instrumental in shaping public discourse in the region through his sharp editorials and in-depth reporting. Shri Sujay Gupta emphasizes the newspaper's role as the voice of Goa, upholding truth and accountability, particularly in challenging local governmental decisions. He has also actively participated in international investigative journalism conferences, highlighting his commitment to rigorous journalism. We warmly welcome Shri Sujay Gupta.
Please put your hands together and welcome with a round of applause Shri Sujay Gupta ji.
Hi everyone. Respected Karajji, Professor Singh, and the entire team that has put together this wonderful conference, thank you. So let's cut to the chase. This conference is not about us, it's about you guys at the back, because at the end of the day, you people give us hope that the baby steps we once took, and as we grew, we always had a dream that there would be people to follow us. And the very fact that the people in this hall have invested their time, their money, and their commitment to journalism itself is a big hope. And while we discuss media and society and the emerging landscape, and we'll speak about new tools, new ways of communication, so on and so forth, but nothing that I'm going to speak in the next 8 or 9 minutes now should take away one major fact, that the basics of why you are here as budding journalists and the basics that underscore that you are committed to being ethical, to build trust, and more importantly, and most importantly, keep a relationship with the community that you will ultimately serve. And that relationship is something that is going to be very core to your existence. It doesn't matter whether you do it in a long format article or whether you do it in an Instagram reel or do you do it through a Facebook post. But the essence will always be to reach out to the lowest of the low in the margins of society and be a voice for them. And I think that will underscore and override everything else. Okay, a little bit about Herald. This way. The changes here. Right. Yeah, okay. Okay, so the reason I'm talking about Herald is not to do any PR about the paper, but only to tell you that a 125-year-old fuddy-duddy organization, so-called, if we have adapted to change without deviating from our basic principles. And I think there is some hope here. And this is a path that many organizations have taken before us. But we have, in a small way, as a regional paper in Goa, have taken this path so that we stick to the core of being the voice of Goa, but embrace technology in a manner that enables us to do our work in today's day and age. So the first slide talks about Herald itself, but more importantly, it talks about our revamped mission, vision, and goals. We are a 125-year-old newspaper, as I just said, but we have now become a 360-degree media house. And a lot of what you're learning here is to be exactly that, to be 360-degree media professionals. So our mission is to be the most trusted news and information source for the people of Goa, to provide high-quality journalism that is fair, accurate, and unbiased, to empower the people of Goa, and I keep on stressing this, to empower the people of Goa, and this is applicable to all societies, to make informed decisions about their lives. And that's all that matters. Of course, we have a vision of going on becoming the leading organization in Goa, continue to becoming one, to make a positive impact on the lives of people of Goa. And our goals are to increase leadership and readership, to grow our group's digital presence, to expand the group's reach and get into new audiences, and to become a more influential voice in the Goan community. I've gone past many slides, but do excuse me. Okay. Now, though our tagline is called the Voice of Goa since 1900, I think the new tagline that we are looking at is Trust, Serve Daily. And what have we done? We have basically integrated our newsroom from becoming a print-only newsroom to a print digital broadcast newsroom. All our journalists sit together. We have a unified print desk and a digital desk and a broadcast desk. We look at news collectively. The news schedule is done collectively. And what we do is we have different teams putting out the news across different platforms as fast as possible. And then in the evening when we bring out the paper, we ensure that the paper is not a replica of the digital format. The paper goes in-depth, asks questions, probes, does long format investigations, so that the next day's paper does not look like the previous day's website. And that is very critical. So when you're doing that, you must understand that while the news cycle is also very dynamic, but what you do in the morning is when you break news and inform your people. But when you're producing a newspaper for the next day, you need to give them perspective, which is very, very critical. So what is our content strategy? See, the issue is that your content strategy needs to be ultimately very, very important, where you deal with diverse interests and preferences across your target audience. And then you need to have a multi-platform presence. So in every home, the Herald reaches virtually every home in Goa. The father and the grandfather would pick up the main paper. The son who is in his 40s would read on the website, and his son or daughter would probably check out our news on Facebook and look at our Insta Reels. But it doesn't always happen to be this way. The goal is that you make the newspaper so exciting that the 18-year-old would like to go beyond the Instagram reel and the Facebook post and read that big story and look at perspective. And I think that is a challenge that all you people ultimately have. I'm just skipping through because of time, but I think there are 2 or 3 important things that all media organizations need to do, and all institutions like this are probably doing. One is have a very robust journalism training program, in the sense that you need to invest in journalism training, because there are people, of course, coming out of institutions, great institutions like this, but it's very important to train them about emerging landscapes, what the reality is when you go out into the world of journalism, work for publications, or even if you want to set out on your own. The new challenges that you face on the road and the new practical realities is something that you need to be trained again and again. Even a soldier who goes out to war doesn't end his training in the National Defense Academy. He gets trained on the job, and I think journalists as crusaders, as people who are fighting the system very often, and people who are serving, you need to be continuously trained. Another very important aspect of your life should be community engagement. At the end of the day, you can only do good stories and bring out great publications and do great content is if you engage with your community, and that is very, very critical. From your neighborhood chaiwala to your sarpanch in the village, to the lady who, or the ladies who do midday meal schemes for children in schools, you need to continuously engage with them. And lastly, the next leap forward will be data visualization, because data is becoming very, very core and critical to journalism, even investigative journalism. I'll just quickly do this. At the Global Investigative Journalism Network, of which I'm a part of, we do a lot of training courses on how to follow the money when it comes to big financial scams. All across the world, major stories have been broken because journalists have learned to follow the money trail. Be very, very important. And if you want to do any investigation, be on top of the techno game and be on top of the data game. Only then will you be able to do major investigations. Just keep following the money, and there are tools to do that. Of course, augmented reality, virtual reality, AI-powered news curation, all this will happen. But do understand, AI will enable you to do your job faster, but AI will not enable you to do your job better. To do that, you still need to do that bread and butter stuff. Take your pen and paper, get onto the ground reality, because at the end of the day, AI will do what the human programs the AI to do. So I don't lose your human element when you get to do work. And most importantly, as I quickly wrap up, there's just one thing I want to leave you guys with. Take this as a mission, enjoy yourselves, and most importantly, stick to the path. Because the saddest thing that would happen is if journalists like you, or budding journalists like you, leave the path and start doing other things. Because the world needs journalists, and at the end of the day, it is very, very important that you are in this not to serve your immediate master, who's your boss of the media organization, or serve your boss's master, who could be a hidden hand from any aspect of society, or the big master who's the master of all your masters, who's probably controlling the media landscape from wherever he or she is sitting. But your biggest master of them all, above all these masters, is the common man who looks at you to serve him or her and be his or her voice. Because at the end of the day, you are their system for them to reach out and deliver their pain and passion for ultimate justice to prevail in society. And I hope that does not change irrespective of how technology invades our lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for such beautiful address. And now I'm going to invite and request the special guest of honor of this session, Shri Rajkishore Tiwari ji, the Chief Editor of Buland Bharat TV. But before I do that, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film.
Shri Rajkishore Tiwari is a dynamic media professional and the Chief Editor of Buland Bharat TV, a fast emerging news network in India. He is a senior editor, columnist, and thought leader with nearly 30 years of experience in Hindi media. He is also an Shri Rajkishore Tiwari is a dynamic media professional and the Chief Editor of Buland Bharat TV, a fast emerging news network in India. He is a senior editor, columnist, and thought leader with nearly 30 years of experience in Hindi media. He is also an executive director GPI, which stands for Global Policy Insights. With a passion for delivering accurate and impactful news, Shri Tiwari has positioned Buland Bharat TV as a trusted platform for millions of viewers. Shri Tiwari is a former editor at ABP News and former political editor and input head at Dainik Jagran. He was also a managing editor at Dainik Bhaskar. Shri Tiwari is known for his keen understanding of the Indian socio-political landscape. Few understand castes and their role in Indian polity, bureaucracy, judiciary and media as he does. He has extensive experience in print, electronic and digital journalism and has traveled widely with top Indian political leaders, even conducting the first Hindi interview with Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. While covering the top echelon in India, He also developed an understanding of the intricacies of India's relationship with China, Pakistan, and other ASEAN countries. In his long career, he has headed many projects on different platforms and mediums. He is also a social influencer followed by many Indian policymakers. We warmly welcome Shri Raj Kishore Tiwari.
Please put your hands together and welcome with a round of applause Shri Raj Kishore Tiwari ji.
नमस्कार और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की अध्यक्षता कर रहे डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी, मुख्य अतिथि महोदय रवि कपूर जी और साथ में सुजय गुप्ता जी, नील डी सिल्वा जी, सुनीत भावे जी, प्रांजलि सिंह परिहार जी और धीरज सिंह जी, और सबसे आखिर में जिनका नाम ले रहा हूँ सिद्धार्थ काक जी। आखिर में नाम उनका इसलिए लिया क्योंकि ये जो मंच आप देख रहे हैं और ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल आप देख रहे हैं ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है, इसको थोड़ा अपने दिमाग में बैठाइए और आप जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हुआ है मीडिया इंडस्ट्री में उसकी शुरुआत वहाँ से आप कीजिए और यहाँ तक आ रही है, इसको समझिए। अभी आपने बहुत कुछ देखा होगा। अगर मैं ये कहूँ कि हम लोगों ने टीवी पर प्रेजेंटर क्या होता है इसका ककाहरा अगर हिंदी में कहें या कहें अल्फ़ाबेट्स ABCD अगर हमने सीखा है तो सिद्धार्थ काक जी होते थे। सुरभि जब हम लोग देखते थे तो उनके साथ मंच साझा करना मेरे लिए वाकई मतलब गौरव का विषय है और थोड़ा सा नर्वस भी हूँ। और रवि कपूर सर को मैं क्या कहूँ, संसद टीवी जब लोकसभा और राज्यसभा टीवी आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, उनको मर्ज करना बहुत बड़ा काम था, भागीरथी काम था, वो करके आए हैं। अब आगे धीरे धीरे काम चल रहा है, नई संसद बन गई है, नया संसद टीवी और प्रोफेशनल तरीके से आएगा, इसकी हम उम्मीद करते हैं। और बाकी इस जब भवन में बैठा हुआ हूँ तो थोड़ा सा लगता है कि अतीत की जो अपनी विरासत है वो कितनी बुलंद है और हम आधुनिकता के साथ उस पर नई इमारतें बनाते चले जा रहे हैं, ये थोड़ा देख के अच्छा लगता है। तो कराड़ साहब आपको भी बहुत बहुत बधाई कि आप इस तरीके का एक वातावरण निर्मित कर रहे हैं। जो मुझे विषय दिया गया है और जो हम सबका विषय था कि कैसे जो मीडिया और अगर सोसाइटी की बात करें तो हम दोनों को अलग कर ही नहीं सकते। मतलब कोई भी मीडियम, खबरें जो हैं वो अपना मीडियम तलाश लेती हैं। नए दौर में जो इमर्जिंग लैंडस्केप्स में कुछ हमारे पास सुविधाएं भी हैं, हमारे पास जो टेक्नोलॉजीज़ आई हैं, जो हमारे पास प्रौद्योगिकी आई है, उससे हमें बहुत ताकत भी मिली है, लेकिन कुछ चुनौतियां भी खड़ी हुई हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि इन चुनौतियों से रूबरू होने के लिए आप सबको ज़्यादा तैयार होना पड़ेगा। और मीडिया अब सिर्फ अखबार नहीं है, मीडिया सिर्फ टीवी नहीं है, सिर्फ डिजिटल जो माध्यम अगर आप सोच रहे हैं वहाँ तक भी मीडिया है तो वो भी मीडिया नहीं है। मीडिया फिल्में भी हैं, OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स भी हैं, तमाम किस तरीके से साइट्स नए नए तरीके से काम कर रही हैं। और मैं बता रहा हूँ कि रोज़ नए नए तरीके के फॉर्मेट आएंगे और बहुत तेज़ी से अपने आप को बदलना पड़ेगा। मैं अगर अपने आप की बात करूं तो मैं 96 में जब मैंने जर्नलिज्म शुरू किया तो अखबार में लिखता था, अखबार से टेलीविज़न में आया, टेलीविज़न से आज डिजिटल कर रहा हूं और डिजिटल में भी इतने ज़्यादा माध्यम हैं, इतने ज़्यादा तरीके हैं, लेकिन एक चीज़ कभी नहीं बदलती है। वो चीज़ क्या है? आखिर जिस पे हम सब लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं वो क्या है? वो है कंटेंट। जो कथ्य है वो तथ्य के आधार पर होना चाहिए। और एक बात मैं अक्सर कहता हूँ, खासतौर से जो आप स्टूडेंट्स हैं, मौजूदा समय में इसकी ज़्यादा आवश्यकता है हम सबको, किसी भी क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे हों। पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी थे, चूँकि वो पत्रकार भी थे, तो एक बात वो अक्सर कहा करते थे कि बोलने के लिए तो सिर्फ वाणी की आवश्यकता होती है, लेकिन चुप रहने के लिए विवेक भी जरूरी होता है। तो जो आपका कहाँ पर कितना बोलना है, इसी से जोड़ते हुए वसीम बरेलवी एक बहुत अच्छी बात कहते हैं। जैसे अभी डी सिल्वा साहब अभी बता रहे थे, बहुत शानदार बात उन्होंने कही। अभी उनकी हॉरर फिल्मों में, मतलब हॉरर जो उनकी राइटिंग थी, उसमें भी आपको एंटरटेनमेंट दिखाई पड़ रहा था, लेकिन कई एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए चीज़ें बनती हैं वो भी हॉरेबल हो जाती हैं। तो ये देखने और समझने की बात है। तो वसीम बरेलवी साहब बहुत अच्छे से इसको कहते हैं कोई बात कब, कैसे और कहाँ कही जाती है, सलीका हो तो हर बात सुनी जाती है।
तो आप अपनी बात कहने का सलीका सीखिए। चीख चिल्लाहट के दौर पर जब मैं आपसे कह रहा था मंच की बात कर रहा था, तो मैं आपको बताऊं, अभी थोड़ी देर में आप शायद टेलीविज़न खोलेंगे, बैठेंगे, तो मुझे लगता है कि मेरी जैसी उम्र के लोगों को तो आजकल बीपी की गोली लेके बैठना पड़ता है। लगता है कहीं रक्तचाप इतना ज़्यादा ना बढ़ जाए कि उसके बाद टीवी देखते देखते ही कोई दूसरी फिल्म चलने लग जाए। तो उसके लिए मुझे लगता है कि आप लोग थोड़ा सा ये देखें कैसे बहुत आराम से, डॉक्टर प्रणव राय भी अपनी बात बहुत आराम से कह लेते थे। सिद्धार्थ जी का मैंने आपको अनुभव दिया ही है कि आराम से पलथी मारकर, आजकल देख रहे हैं ना आपके नए नए यूट्यूबर्स जो बने हैं, वो ज़्यादा कैजुअल होने की बात करते हैं। लेकिन आप सोचिए 90 के दशक में जिस समय टेलीविज़न शुरू हुआ था, उसके बाद बहुत बड़े बड़े सेट लगाए गए, बहुत हाईटेक चीज़ें आ गई। मैं भी एबीपी न्यूज़ में था तो बहुत बड़े बड़े ड्रामे करता था, कभी राफेल उतारता था, कभी ड्रोन उतारता था, सब करता था। लेकिन प्रिवेल क्या करता है, आप खबरें लोगों के बीच से लाकर लोगों के लिए ला रहे हैं, ये सबसे महत्वपूर्ण होता है। आप अगर अदाकारी में जा रहे हैं, आप डायरेक्टर बनना चाहते हैं, आप राइटर बनना चाहते हैं, तो अगर डी सिल्वा साहब भी अगर लिख रहे हैं तो वो अघोरी पर अगर लिख रहे हैं तो उनको कम से कम अघोरी के बारे में मालूम है, वो कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है, वो किस तरीके से वो रहते हैं, करते हैं, तो उन्होंने उसका एहसास किया है, आभास किया है। तो आप इस कमरे में जब बैठते हैं, पढ़ते हैं, तो यहाँ से आपको दिशा दी जा रही है। लेकिन फील्ड में जाकर आपको लगातार जो रोज अनुभव होंगे वो बड़े महत्वपूर्ण हैं। तो अगर आप, मैं कहता हूँ कि राइटिंग में भी जाएंगे और अगर आप अदाकार भी होंगे, जैसे मिस परिहार हैं, तो वो कैसे, कौन सा किरदार किस तरीके से उस परिस्थिति में व्यवहार करेगा, ये आपको जब लोगों से मिलेंगे, जब पीपल कनेक्ट होगा, जब उनकी संवेदनाओं को आप समझेंगे, उनकी जो ज़रूरतें उनको समझेंगे, तभी आप उसको डिलीवर कर पाएंगे ना। तो मुझे लगता है कि एक चीज़ कभी नहीं बदलनी है, चाहे जितने मीडियम बदलते जाएं, वो है कंटेंट। और इसके साथ में 5W1H सब लोग आपको पढ़ाते हैं, इसमें भी कोई दो राय नहीं है। आज के दौर में वो जो बेसिक्स हैं उनको ज़्यादा फॉलो करने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि होता क्या है कि आपका लिखा हुआ एक शब्द किस तरीके से ट्रेवल कर रहा है और वो क्या परिस्थितियाँ पैदा कर देता है, इसको भी सोचना और समझना पड़ेगा। क्योंकि रातों रात आपको लोकप्रियता मिल सकती है, लेकिन वो लोकप्रियता नहीं होती है। आप खलनायक की दृष्टि से देखे जाएंगे, आप विलेन हो जाएंगे, आपका एक शब्द जो है वो आपको कहीं ऊंचाई पर भी पहुंचा सकता है और अर्श से फर्श पे भी ला सकता है। आपकी अपनी बात तो जाने दीजिए, बतौर पत्रकार हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी है कि इस मामले में थोड़ा ज़्यादा सतर्क रहें। क्योंकि जो ये फ़ोन है जिसके पास है, अब 56 करोड़ लोग इंटरनेट का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, 60 करोड़ लोग इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पर कितने 40 करोड़ लोग व्हाट्सएप पर हैं और यूट्यूब पर भी हैं, ट्विटर पर भी हैं। तो एक तो आपके पास फ़ायदा ये हुआ कि जैसे हम जैसे खबर नवीस जो आपको बता रहे थे, ज़रूरी नहीं है कि आपके लिए आप अभिशप्त थे वो सुनने के लिए। आपको जो हम बताते थे, जितनी देर आपको झिलाते थे, थोड़ा सा मैं कह रहा हूँ, आपको झेलना पड़ता था। जैसे अभी आप मुझको झेल रहे हैं, मुझे मालूम है कि लंच का समय हो रहा है, लेकिन मैं भी बहुत देर से झेल रहा था, तो आपको इतनी जल्दी नहीं छोड़ूंगा, लेकिन इतना निर्मम नहीं हूँ, जल्दी छोड़ भी दूंगा। खैर, आखिर में बस मैं एक बात कहूँगा, एक हमारी जो परंपरा है, जो पत्रकारिता है, मुझे लगता है जो भारतीय परंपरा है उससे सीखना चाहिए। और सब जगह मैं एक उदाहरण जरूर देता हूँ। इस भारतवर्ष का जो सबसे बड़ा जो ग्रंथ माना जाता है, जो जीवन जीने का सलीका सिखाया जाता है, वो है श्रीमद् भगवद गीता। श्रीमद् भगवद गीता तैयार कैसे हुई? क्या कोई एक आकाशवाणी सिर्फ हो गई थी? क्या कोई एक व्यक्ति आया, मेरी तरीके से बोल के चला गया और उसको लोगों ने फॉलो करना शुरू कर दिया? नहीं, ये प्रश्नोत्तर है। अर्जुन उनका सबसे बड़ा शिष्य था। अर्जुन जिसका मतलब अर्जन करना होता है, वो उनका सबसे बड़ा सखा भी था। आंख बंद कर कर वो श्री कृष्ण पर भरोसा करता था, लेकिन जब युद्ध से पहले वो गया तो उसने प्रश्न किए, और जब उसने प्रश्न किए तो उसमें उत्तर मिला। इसीलिए मैं कहता हूं प्रश्न करना सीखिए, प्रश्न में ही उत्तर हैं। प्रश्न करने की अगर ताकत चली गई तो आप मान कर चलिए कि आप पत्रकारिता नहीं कर पाएंगे, लेखन भी नहीं कर पाएंगे। क्योंकि ये बात शुरुआत में भी सिद्धार्थ जी ने भी कही थी, कैसे आप पूछना शुरू करें, सुने, फिर उसके बाद उस पर प्रश्न उठाएं। ये बहुत आवश्यक है। मुझे लगता है कि यहीं से अपनी बात में कर ख़त्म करूँगा। आखिरी में अज्ञे का एक कविता है जो जीवन का सूत्र वाक्य है। वो कहते हैं कि कांटा कठोर है, तीखा है, पर उसमें उसकी मर्यादा है। मैं कब कहता हूँ वो घटकर प्रांतर का ओछा फूल बने। तो जो आपका अपना चरित्र है, जो आपका अपना स्वभाव है, जो आपका अपना मिजाज है, उसके अनुरूप काम करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for once again underlining the importance of asking questions. And now, my friends, it is time when I'm going to invite the chief guest of this session, Shri Ravi Kapoorji, retired IAS and former CEO of Sansad TV. But before I do that, I request my technical team to kindly relay a small film.
Shri Ravi Kapoor is former CEO of Sansad TV, boasting a distinguished career spanning over 36 years in the Indian Administrative Service. He was appointed as the CEO of Sansad TV in 2021 when the Indian government merged Lok Sabha TV and Rajya Sabha TV into one channel. Shri Kapoor played a significant role in the merger of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha TV channels, facilitating the establishment of Sansad TV during his tenure as CEO. His leadership and strategic acumen were instrumental in navigating this transformative initiative within the broadcasting sector. Throughout his illustrious career, Shri Ravi Kapoor has exemplified exemplary leadership, strategic vision, and a commitment to driving positive change across various sectors, leaving a lasting impact on the Indian broadcasting as well as administrative landscape. We warmly welcome Shri Ravi Kapoor.
Please put your hands together and welcome with a round of applause, Shri Ravi Kapoorji.
So he has whispered 15 minutes in my ears. Dr. Karad, long time, I am meeting him after a long time. We've been friends for a very, very long time. Dr. Singh, distinguished panelists, students. I will stick to the topic which has been given to me, and that is media and society. और इस टॉपिक के थोड़ा आपको बैकग्राउंड जानना पड़ेगा, हिस्ट्री को समझना पड़ेगा कि ये रिलेशनशिप है क्या. देखिए, the advent of human being, the mankind, the agriculture started about 7,000, 8,000 years back, and after that the societies actually evolved. So we can say about 5,000 years back is the humanity in form of society. 5,000 साल पहले सोसाइटीज इवॉल्व हुई ह्यूमन काइंड की, और प्रेस, मीडिया, द फर्स्ट मीडिया विच इज द हैंड रिटन पेपर, न्यूज़पेपर, was started by a German in somewhere around 1566, और पहला न्यूज़पेपर शुरू हुआ 1605 में. तो मैं सोसाइटी और मीडिया को तीन भाग में, 3 verticals में आई एम डिवाइडिंग. अ सोसाइटी विच लिव्ड विदाउट मीडिया. सो गुड 5,000 years, a good 5,000 years, 4,500 years, the society lived without media. Press, as I said, written press started in 1605. A good 300 years later came the radio. It came in the last part of 1890s. 1900 मान के चलिए कि radio came in 1900. And so that is the second phase which starts. Now the media starts evolving and evolving very fast, and how it starts influencing the society. 1900 में रेडियो आया, और उसके बाद टेलीविज़न आया 1925 में, globally. I am talking about global. India में it actually arrived in around 1959-60, but got commercialized in 80s and 90s, actually 90s. But you will be amazed to find how the societies were molded by the media. For almost, I would say about 100-150 years. देखिए, इकोनॉमिस्ट शुरू हुई 1866 में, 1846 में. टाइम शुरू हुआ 20 में, around that time. Same time when in India, Young India was started by Mahatma Gandhi and Swaraj was started by Netaji in 21. For 100 years, gentlemen and girls, for 100 years, society को frame किया, control किया, 4 चीज़ों ने, global society को 4 press के चीज़ों ने control किया. और कौन थी वो? There was the Economist, there was the Time, there was the advent of BBC, which came in 1925, and CBC, which was the original CNBC, etc., precursors, that came in 1920 or something. These four, 2 press and 2 media channels decided the global narrative, what society could understand. Global में, इथियोपिया में क्या हो रहा है, अर्जेंटीना में क्या हो रहा है, मलेशिया में क्या हो रहा है, आपको कोई और सोर्स नहीं था. बिलीव मी, आपको कोई और सोर्स नहीं था जानकारी का. ये 4 चीजें थीं जो 100 साल, करीब 100 साल इन्होंने पूरा आपको ट्यूटर किया, आपको बताया. सोसाइटी वैसे ही देखती थी, वैसे ही सोचती थी. तो आपकी ओपिनियन अफ्रीका के बारे में क्या है, ये आपने कहाँ से फॉर्म करी? आपने फॉर्म करी टाइम को पढ़ के, इकोनॉमिस्ट को पढ़ के, बीबीसी को सुन के, सीएनबीसी, सीबीसी को सुन के. कोई और माध्यम नहीं था, कोई और माध्यम नहीं था. ये 4 institutions of media control the global narrative. They influence the global society. This is the phase 2, where there was virtually, and by the way, all rulers, all democracies, all dictatorships understood the importance of this media and how to influence the society through this media. That is why Gandhiji started Young India in 1919. Swaraj was started by Netaji in 21. इन्होंने समझ लिया कि ये प्रेस को, अगर हमको सोसाइटी को कंट्रोल करना है तो हमको प्रेस को कैसे इवॉल्व करना है. अब आया फेज 3, और अब फेज 3 पे अब आप देखिए कैसे स्पीड बढ़ती है. तो ये दौर था. एक था सोसाइटी से, मीडिया से कोई मतलब नहीं था. 4,500 साल अगर कोई राजा को कुछ चीज़ बतानी होती थी तो वो एक मैसेंजर भेजता था. उस मैसेंजर वो जा करके एक गांव में नगाड़ा बजाता था और सरकार का मैसेज दे देता था कि राजा की सोच ये है. दैट वाज अ कम्युनिकेशन, वन वे कम्युनिकेशन. नाउ द स्टेज 3 हैज कम इन. And this is what the future of media, and this is how society is going to be controlled. Is now the phase. You know, very interesting. Do you know how old is internet? Internet came in 1995. Social media is a baby of internet. The first social media site called MySpace had the first 1 million subscribers in 2005. 2004 में पहली बार एक ऐसी साइट हुई सोशल मीडिया की जिसके पास 1 मिलियन फॉलोअर्स हुए. अब आप देखिए कैसे अब प्रोलिफरेशन शुरू हुआ. सोशल मीडिया 2004 में पहला ग्लोबल साइट की 1 मिलियन फॉलोअर, अब एक आदमी की 8 मिलियन की फॉलोअरशिप है. Now what has happened is that after the advent of internet and now proliferation into social media, and as my learned colleagues have said, so many subsets of social media, the governments are grappling, governments are now across the globe, कि इसको कैसे केज करें, इसको कैसे कंट्रोल करें, इसका नैरेटिव, हम अपना नैरेटिव सोशल मीडिया से कैसे चलाएं. अभी तक सब कुछ कंट्रोल था. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द मैक्रो लेवल. अब नाउ वी हैव रीच्ड द स्टेज वेयर एन इंसिडेंट हैपनिंग इन यूथोपिया और in let's say Cuba or in Africa can be reported in 5 minutes time. It is all on an internet. The information has literally exploded, and it is now not under control of anybody. Nobody can set the narrative now. Nobody can control the media now. Now this cat is out of the bag. My experience of media says this cat is out of the bag. And the prognosis is, the future prognosis is, now you have AI, which is coming in such a big way that even this digital media जो अभी आप देख रहे हैं, this will be further so much personalized that आपको कोई भी आदमी, आपको कोई भी सरकार, कोई भी institution, कोई भी, you are completely independent, the media is completely independent, your behavior is completely influenced by so many factors now, that the future of media is now, at some point of time, it appears to be extremely, I get worried. I get worried. I get worried. Frankly, I get worried. But as Tiwari ji has just mentioned, I am a big proponent. I happen to merge, as I mentioned, merge the Raj Sabha, Lok Sabha television. I personally feel that in this now exponential race for more platforms, more digital platforms, more avenues, एक चीज survive करेगी और वो है content. I, as CEO, I used to always tell my entire staff, content is king. You can see today that you have a film industry which was doing some social messaging in its own way, but had content-wise up, I don't want to comment on it. But when you see that OTT platform has come into this as a challenge, the OTT is now an explosion of creativity. Anybody who did not get an opportunity on the platform, which is the movie platform, the cinema theater, now all these people have migrated, and suddenly there is a creative explosion on the OTT platform. Now, that goes to prove that whether it is YouTube, whether it is Instagram, there's flimsy things are getting popular, but these are not sustainable. At the end of the day, two things are very clear. One, media will not be controlled by anybody. Not be controlled by anybody. Anybody who is under the illusion that I can cage and put this cat back into the bag is under the wrong impression. And two, whatever form of media exists and how it explodes, content shall remain the king. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think I am not going beyond. I can talk much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your words of wisdom. And absolutely, as you rightly said, the good content, the right content will always deliver. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that message. My friends, now it's time, and it's our good fortune that we have the presence of revered Honorable Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, the founder and chief patron of MITES MIT Pune and president of MIT World Peace University, and the creator of the World Peace Dome. The UNESCO chairholder, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, has recently been on a mission. He has been on a mission of world peace for last more than 4 decades. But recently, just a few months ago, he was on a tour, the world tour, to spread his message of world peace across the globe. I would like to take this opportunity to and request my technical team to show us the glimpses of his tour of the world for the world peace.
विश्वधर्मी विश्वनाथ की संकल्प यात्रा महाराष्ट्र के एक छोटे से गांव रामेश्वर रुई से चली विस्मय चकित करने वाली ये संकल्प यात्रा ना जाने कितनी बुलंदियों को छूती हुई ज्ञान भूमि आलंदी से होकर विद्वत नगरी काशी बनारस, भारत की उत्तरी सीमा पार बसे देवभूमि बद्रीनाथ के निकट माणा गांव से निकलकर सप्त सागर पार इंग्लैंड और अमेरिका तक पहुंच गई है। इंग्लैंड के विश्व प्रसिद्ध ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी में आयोजित किए गए एक दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय परिषद ने भारत और इंग्लैंड के समविचारी विद्वान, वैज्ञानिक, दार्शनिक, शिक्षाविदों को मूल्याधिष्ठित वैश्विक शिक्षा पद्धति का अवलंबन करने की डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ सर की संकल्पना को मूर्त रूप में लाने के लिए प्रेरित किया है। अमेरिका स्थित शिकागो में 130 वर्ष पहले स्वामी विवेकानंद ने अपने प्रेरणादायी शब्द जिस स्थान से उच्चारित किए थे, उसी ऐतिहासिक फुलरटन हॉल के मंच से प्राध्यापक कराड़ सर ने उपस्थितों को संबोधित कर विज्ञान और अध्यात्म के समन्वय की स्वामी जी द्वारा की गई पहल का स्मरण करवाया। अपने जीवन काल में प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ सर द्वारा शिक्षा, विश्व शांति तथा मानव कल्याण के लिए तन मन धन समर्पित करके कार्य किया गया है। उनके इस निस्सीम सेवा भाव से प्रभावित होकर अमेरिका के उटा राज्य स्थित ब्रिघम यंग यूनिवर्सिटी द्वारा डॉक्टर ऑफ एजुकेशन एंड यूनिवर्सल लीडरशिप इस विशेष मानद डॉक्टरेट पदवी से डॉक्टर कराड़ सर को सम्मानित किया गया।
Brigham Young University periodically confers degrees on men and women whose service to the world, country, and education is of such significance as to warrant the distinction of an honorary degree. This is the highest honor within the university's authority to grant, and today an honorary degree will be conferred upon a very deserving individual. It is my privilege to represent Brigham Young University with the support of the Board of Trustees in conferring an honorary doctoral degree upon Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad.
When we think of the global citizens and the entire human race, I feel that we need to develop through the universities the mechanism like a single cell, the body and the brain, and the soul or the spirit and the mind. And what is the chemistry of mind is the main question. What is the nature of the soul itself? Friends, I don't want to elaborate much about this, but this is what the universities have to think very seriously, and the educational systems all over the world, whether it is Oxford, Cambridge, MIT, Boston, or BYU itself. And we have a duty to perform, and accordingly I can only quote one important sentence and appeal to the Vice Chancellor and the Body of Trustees that we have to certainly think of the universal education system. And when I say universal education, you may say that every nation has a geography, history, its culture, its traditions, but the time-tested human values are common. The law of nature is common. It is one and the same. It cannot differ for me or for you. I think you have a role to do towards your mother, the father, the family, the society, the nation, and the whole world. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, world as one family. Thank you.
लगभग 23,000 दर्शकों की उपस्थिति में संपन्न हुआ ये समारोह इस बात की पुष्टि देता है कि सच्चे मन और समर्पित भावना से किए गए कार्य की सराहना तो विश्व के किसी भी प्रदेश में होती ही है। सॉल्ट लेक सिटी के एक सुप्रसिद्ध पत्रकार और चित्रकर्मी श्री लॉयड न्यूअल द्वारा म्यूजिक एंड द स्पोकन वर्ड इस कार्यक्रम द्वारा विश्वधर्मी प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ सर की पहचान भावभीनी शब्दों में उपस्थितों से कराई गई।
The world is a fascinating place filled with fascinating people. Every time we visit a new place or meet a new person, the world opens a bit wider for us. Every new perspective, every new insight from a new friend has the potential to enrich our lives and unify the human family just a little more. One fascinating person from a fascinating place is Professor Vishwanath D. Karad from Pune, India. He's in the United States to receive an honorary doctorate from Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah. A remarkable man, Dr. Karad loves the natural world and the people in it. He sees beauty in both diversity and unity, in both science and spirituality. Among his many accomplishments, he is the founder of the Maharashtra Institute of Technology, World Peace University in Pune. Dr. Karad believes that education has the power to improve every life. He sees no conflict between science and spirituality, as together they lead us to God. As we learn more about both, our perspective, our lives, and the whole world can change for the better. The lifelong education of the mind and spirit can help each one of us build a more peaceful world. It was Dr. Karad's vision and deep desire for peace and interfaith cooperation that led to the creation of the World Peace Dome, which is prominently featured at World Peace University. Within and surrounding this impressive structure are over 50 statues of leaders of religion, philosophy, and science from many cultures and traditions. The World Peace Dome is a place of interfaith understanding and dialogue, of peace and harmony. It's a place to contemplate peace and love for all people. It is a monument to the Sanskrit philosophy Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the world is one family. Maybe that's part of the secret to achieving world peace. It begins simply as we get to know each other, as we learn about one another, and as we truly see all people in this wonderful world, not just as friends and neighbors, but as God's children, our brothers and sisters, members of one family.
से अधिक कलाकारों से बने एक सुरीले वाद्य वृंद द्वारा प्राध्यापक कराड़ सर को एक सांगीतिक मानवंदना दी गई, जो कि अपने आप में एक ऐतिहासिक घटना थी। अत्यंत साफ सुथरा चरित्र, विजयगिषु वृत्ति और समर्पित सेवा भाव, इस त्रिवेणी संगम से बनी विश्वधर्मी विश्वनाथ की जीवन यात्रा सभी के लिए आदर्शवत है। आइए विश्वधर्मी प्राध्यापक डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ दा कराड़ सर का सादर अभिनंदन करते हुए उन्हें भविष्य में और अधिक मानव कल्याण के कार्यों के लिए शुभकामनाएं देते हैं।
Please put your hands together and give a big round of applause to revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad sir. I now request revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir to kindly address the gathering.
My dear learned friends sitting in the audience
and more than that, the great men of wisdom, scholarship, as thinkers, philosophers, sitting on the dais. Ravi Kapoor ji, Gupta ji, and my another friend Tiwari. I'm grateful to them for sparing their valuable time. But let me say thank you, Ravi Chitnis and Dheeraj Singh, for creating this wonderful opportunity on this 6th National Conference of the Media and Journalism, and for the noble cause of promoting the culture of peace in the world. समाज के साथ जुड़ना है, समाज को दिशा दिखाना है। ऐसा बड़ा दायित्व जिन लोगों के नज़र में आता है, ऐसे बड़े लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं। मैं भाग्यशाली मानता हूँ अपने को कि मेरे बगल में जो रवि कपूर बैठे हैं, I had the fortune of meeting him in the year 1998. Jam, I had the first World Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy. It was the beginning in the year 1996 in this very hall. This is named in the name of Philosophers and Jnaneshwara Hall. Or Murli Manoj Joshi ji, the then Minister of Education, very learned scholar, thinker, who was our chief guest in the year 1998 when I had the madness of organizing the second Parliament of Science, Religion and Philosophy to promote the culture of peace and to let the world know what this Bharatiya Sanskruti, भारतीय परंपरा और भारतीय तत्वज्ञान का एसेंस एंड फिलॉसफी क्या है। मैं समझना चाहता था, अभी भी मुझे याद है कि डॉक्टर करण सिंह साहब वाज देयर दैट टाइम, पीएन हक्सर, डॉक्टर भटकर, डॉक्टर माशेलकर, द ग्रेट मैन, एंड वी वर ट्राइंग टू लर्न एंड अंडरस्टैंड दिस वेरी मिशन. And I still remember, I don't want to elaborate much, you have just heard a few words, whatever I spoke. It was not my honor, let me tell you friends. This was an honor of what India stands for. ये भारतीय संस्कृति बड़ी लंबी कहानी हो सकती है, आप जरा पढ़ने की कोशिश करो. और आज ये जो सुना आपने, मेरे सिद्धार्थ काक हमारे भाई बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, बाकी सारे नाम तो मेरे ध्यान में नहीं, लेकिन एक ध्यान में रखना, मेरे स्टूडेंट्स एंड द स्टाफ हु आर सिटिंग हियर, वी हैव अ ड्यूटी टू परफॉर्म अगेन, आई रिपीट. And you know the situation of the whole world, the chaos, confusion, bloodshed, massacre, terrorism and horrifying violence. ये शब्दों में कोई गलत शब्द है तो मुझे बोल देना. You are quite learned, social media is helping you to know everything. But whether it's a print or electronic or any other media, I am of the opinion that it is even more effective than education systems. The universities, colleges, institutions, whether you belong to science, religion or philosophy, you have just seen the small glimpse of that in the known human history. In the known human history, for the first time, a very unique monumental creation has been done. No architect, no planner, no designer, but it came up, and now the whole world is recognizing it as a अध्यात्म शास्त्र की वैज्ञानिक प्रयोगशाला, spiritually oriented scientific laboratory के नाम से जाना जाता है. I am not the doer, I am not the maker, never. I am instrumental. पता नहीं कैसे कहाँ से आता है, मैं तो मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर हूँ, मुझे इंजीनियर बनना ही नहीं चाहिए था, इंजीनियर बन गया, प्रोफेसर हुआ, MIT खोली, अभी MIT वर्ल्ड पीस यूनिवर्सिटी बनाई, और अमेरिकन यूनिवर्सिटीज आर कॉलिंग दिस एज वन ऑफ द फाइनेस्ट एंड द यूनिक मॉन्यूमेंट विच विल गिव अ मैसेज कि स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने कहा था, 1893 की बात है, कि इंडिया विल हैव अ रोल। ये जो अपना देश, गर्व नहीं, स्वाभिमान। बिकॉज जो भी चीज़ें हैं, जो भी फिलोसॉफी है, जो भी साइंटिफिक नरेशंस है, दे आर सो लॉजिकल, फिलोसॉफिकल एंड साइंटिफिक, and that's why this institution, at least you can see here, the various pillars, 12 pillars depicting 12 rasis. It's a very scientific design. On one side we have a science, on the other side we have a spirituality, understanding of the essence and philosophy behind. यही संदेश है भाई, और ये बड़े भाई यहाँ आने के नाते उनके सामने ये रखने का प्रयास हुआ। उनका जो विजडम है वो सुनने का मौका मिला। मैं ये जानता हूँ कि हमारे जर्नलिज्म के लोग, धीरज सिंह जी, आप इसका संदेश हमारे बच्चों को समझा दो, डिस्कशन रखो। यू हैव अ फिल्म ऑन द डोम इटसेल्फ। व्हेन आई से इन द नोन ह्यूमन हिस्ट्री, सोच सकते हो मैं कौन हूँ भाई? एक देहात से आया, गाय बैल के तबेले से निकला और यहाँ पहुँचा। और ये बड़े साहब जो बैठे हैं ना, जिसका जिक्र किया मैंने, 1998 की बात है। 96 में फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इन अवर लाइफ टाइम ऑफ दिस यूनिवर्सिटी और द कॉलेज, वी वर ट्राइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड हु आर कॉल्ड द साइंटिस्ट, हु आर कॉल्ड द फिलोसोफर्स एंड हु आर कॉल्ड द मैन ऑफ रिलीजन एंड स्पिरिचुअलिटी। इसकी खोज में निकले और अभी दुनिया के सामने एक मॉन्यूमेंट रखा है, वही जिक्र है। और ये मीडिया वाले, ये बड़े लोग जो बैठे हैं मेरे बगल में, इनके मन में ये पॉजिटिव बात आती है। मेरे अभी भाई साहब ने, इन्होंने कहा कि भाई समझने की कोशिश करो। द वेरी ब्रीफ, दे हैड बीन गिवन ओनली 10 मिनट्स, पॉसिबली दे कुड हैव स्पोकन फॉर मोर देन हाफ एन आवर। इट वॉज वेरी ब्रीफ, but I can understand the constraints, but I can draw the gist. And let me tell you friends, it's high time we are the people, the field of education. You know that the new directives have come from the Schrodinger, Penrose, Einstein. When they left the world, they have said to us, the men of teaching, men of education, men of scholarship, the vice chancellor, the chancellors, and the men who are in the field of education, they should start the schools of consciousness and reality. ये नई दिशा है एजुकेशन की। उन्होंने क्या कहा है? मैंने नहीं, आइंस्टीन। But the same words were used by Sant Dhaneshwara, philosophers and Dhaneshwara. I'm not taking only one name, but all the learned men, the greatest men of that wisdom, and a pathway for the society to follow. What is the pathway of peace, pathway of contentment? सुख, समाधान और शांति का रास्ता कौन सा है भाई? दिखाओ। कौन से रास्ते से चले और कौन से रास्ते से नहीं जाना है। ऐसी छोटी छोटी बातें हैं, ये मेरी भाषा नहीं। All the greatest men of science, religion and philosophy of the whole world are speaking the same truth. The ultimate reality, the ultimate truth, Almighty God. जिसे भगवद गीता के माध्यम से मेरे भाई ने कहा, हमारे पास 1.25 लाख प्रति आई है। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा धीरज सिंह, डोंट फॉरगेट टू गिव द लिटरेचर एंड ऑल द सीडीज टू ऑल दीज ग्रेट मैन। तो मैं इसके बारे में इतना ही कहूँगा कि आई एम वेरी हैप्पी, एंड रादर देन आई टॉकिंग टू यू मच लॉन्गर, remember the words of wisdom what they have spoken. And educational systems, universities, colleges, and the press and media come closer, it will be much better for the nation and for the world. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much for your words of wisdom, and thank you very much for blessing the 6th inaugural session of NCMJ by your presence. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now I would like to request and invite Dr. Anu Nair to kindly propose the vote of thanks on the occasion of this inaugural session of 6th NCMJ.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, faculty members, and all my dear students. On behalf of the Department of Media and Communication, I, Dr. Anu Nair, feel honored to stand here to propose the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I would like to thank revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karad, the founder president of MIT WPU, and our inspiration, Executive President MIT WPU, Rahul V. Karad sir, for being the pillars of our support. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dr. R.M. Chitnis, Vice Chancellor MIT WPU, Dr. Sanjay Kamtekar, Chief Academic Officer MIT WPU, and Mr. Ganesh Pokle, Registrar MIT WPU, for guiding us throughout. Special thanks to our guests, Mr. Siddharth Kak, Ms. Pranjali Singh Parihar, Mr. Suneet Bhave, Mr. Neil De Silva, Mr. Sujay Gupta, Mr. Raj Kishore Tiwari, and Mr. Ravi Kapoor for their insightful contributions for today's session. Your knowledge and experience have added immense value to this event. Once again, thank you very much for accepting our invitation and taking out your valuable time for this event.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. And now there would be a short announcement and communication regarding the sessions of 6th NCMJ.
Here's an announcement. The next session will be starting at 1:30 p.m. and we are moving the tea break, so the next session will start at 1:30 p.m. Everyone is requested to be in the hall on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My friends, with this, she said that the next session of 6th NCMJ will start at 1:30 p.m. My friends, before we conclude the session, I would like to request all the dignitaries on the dais. There is a folder kept in front of you which has the brochure of 6th NCMJ. I request all of you to please hold this. All the dignitaries to please hold the brochure of 6th NCMJ in your hand. Please rise in your seats. We can capture this memorable photograph. After this photograph, we are going to have the national anthem. Students, please, no movement. I request all of you to rise in your seats. All the students, please rise in your seats. All the students and everyone in the audience, please rise in your seats. Can we have the national anthem, please? Bharat Mata Ki. Thank you very much, dignitaries. Thank you very much for your time. Let's see you back at 1:30 p.m. sharp.
I request Dr. Vail Awad to please come on the stage. Mr. Ramesh Tekwani. I request Ms. Prachi Kulkarni to please come on the stage. Good afternoon, esteemed dignitaries, respected faculty members, and dear students. I am Tanisha Kothari.
And I am Jia Ramnani.
And we are your hosts for this session. Welcome to the first plenary session of the National Conference of Media and Journalism, titled Media and Journalists as Peacemakers. In today's world, filled with conflicts and wars, the media is critical in shaping public opinion and helping build peace.
This session is about exploring how journalists can use their platform to combat misinformation and encourage dialogue. But we also need to address the challenges they face, like political interference, threats to their safety, censorship, and disinformation. And so today, we'll discuss strategies to overcome these challenges and explore how journalists can advance peace in their work.
With that, let us begin with our session. Today on the panel, we have Mr. Mazhar Farooqi, editor of Khalij Times, Dubai, who will be joining us online. Mr. Munish Sharma, a senior journalist at Dainik Bhaskar and a resident editor of the Pune edition of Dainik Bhaskar. Dr. Vail Awad, a senior international journalist and West Asia strategist. Writer and filmmaker Mr. Ramesh Tekwani, and Ms. Prachi Kulkarni, a reporter at BBC Marathi. Let us all give a huge round of applause for all of them.
To begin with the session, I would first like to invite Dr. Mithila Benewale, Department of Media and Communication, to felicitate our panelists. First, we have Dr. Vail Awad. Let us please give him a huge round of applause.
I request Professor Dheeraj Singh to please come on stage. Our next speaker is Mr. Ramesh Tekwani. Please give a huge round of applause.
Next, we have Mr. Munish Sharma. Please give a huge round of applause for Mr. Munish Sharma.
And finally, we have Ms. Prachi Kulkarni.
our first speaker of the session, Mr. Mazhar Farooqi from Dubai. He has joined us online today. He is a distinguished investigative journalist and a senior editor at Khalij Times, a reputed English daily. Based in Dubai, he has served various news organizations such as features editor at the Gulf, an editor at Al Nasr Media, a senior correspondent at the Times of India, and a senior sub-editor at the Hindustan Times. Being an expert in investigative journalism, he is renowned for his exposes of international crime lords and conmen. Mr. Farooqi has dedicated his life to uncovering the truth and writing articles featuring the plebeians and bringing them to justice. Apart from this, Mr. Farooqi is a passionate and avid blog writer. He has recently published his first book, The Mus Files, Scoops, Scams and Showdowns. With a career spanning for over 2 decades, Mr. Farooqi has dedicated his life to uncovering the truth and bringing people to justice. With over 2 decades of experience directing newspapers, he has received many awards, including the Best Investigative Report and the International Media Excellence Award. Now, I kindly invite Mr. Farooqi for his speech.
has kind of diluted the essence of journalism because fact checking and everything is going for a toss. Also with newsroom cuts, I don't know what there is in India because I left about 20 years back. But from what I understand from my friends and colleagues, that as newsrooms are shrinking and the focus is largely towards social media reels and stories. So newspapers don't have the resources or the wherewithal to chase the story or to double check and they have to take stories in real time. When we came to journalism, uh, we had the whole day to verify a story because the story will be out the next day. The print deadline was 12 o'clock midnight. But now we have 24 by 7 news cycle. The story has to go up right away. So it is quite challenging. Just to give you a quick overview about myself, I used to work with newspapers back home in India, working newspapers, including Times of India, Lords and Hindustan Times, and then moved to Dubai. The perception that people have about the Middle East, especially is my voice audible? I don't know whether I'm really about this talk. So yeah, so what I want to, I mean, Dheeraj, I know he's at the helm and he's doing a good job with what he does. He's brilliant. And I had a good fortune to interact with some of the students who came to our office a few months back. And and what I always tell them is that the responsibility that they have on the shoulders is immense because they have to compete with bloggers, Instagrammers, and these people who make content creators. So So you are a journalist, right? You're not content creator. I mean, you do create content, but at the heart of the what you do is basic pure reporting. So it's always needed to double check and triple check stories, and before we go to print, we have to ensure accuracy, the truth. Uh, Now we hear a term very often, because it was not there in my time, called Godi media. So, I mean, when we were there, we always had advertising compulsions. At the Times of India, we told, okay, you can't write about this, because they're advertisers. We never quite had political interference back then, especially, I think, probably towards the end when I was leaving, we had a chief minister who was very into, but we're fairly okay. But now when I see the state of media, it's quite I mean, we see what goes out is not quite what it should be. Um, but at the same time, there are immense possibilities for journalists aspiring journalists at the university to carve a niche for themselves. I mean, they can start their own YouTube platform, they can start their own blog, they can do whatever they can. The opportunities are endless. Hello, can you hear me? I don't know whether I'm audible or not. Can someone can tell me? Am I being heard?
Yes, so you are being heard.
To me here, so um, I will. Yeah, I mean, I was in. I just wrote a book. I don't want to plug the book, but it has become quite a rage in India, and now it's been translated to multiple cities. So, so what I want to convey to the students out there who will be watching it is that as fascinating as glamorous it sounds, investigative journalism, which I do, is not very glamorous. I mean, it's a lot of hard work. It requires perseverance. It requires, you chase stories for days and it requires a lot of heartbreak and sweat and tears. So, of the 10 that you work on, just 3 or 4, maybe even less, pan out. So you have to live with disappointments and many times when you do a story and you think it's going to shake the whole country, it doesn't happen. Sometimes it does. So we should not get disappointed with that because our responsibility ends as reporting a story as coherently and as accurately as we can. Whether something happens, whether the government takes action or not, is beyond our. Also, many a times, when you start your career, you'll be used by Western interests. They're going to give you stories, and so you have to take that call and see whether it is worth the story. And I am against undercover stories, big operations. Only it is absolutely compulsory. I don't do it normally, but only if there's no other way to tell the truth, then you can. This year has been particularly bad for journalists in this part of the world, like where I am put from. I mean, UAE is safe, but we can see that in our neighborhood, almost 200 journalists lost their lives in Gaza, including the families. So you never know. Some of my few will find yourself plunged into war-torn areas and reporting from the front lines. Uh, so that requires, and that's something that no general school can prepare you for. You have to take it for yourself. But as I said, no story is worth risking your life for. Uh, I've had very close shaves. I remember a time when I was investigating illegal gold mining in Zimbabwe, I think, just before the COVID, and it was. I found myself surrounded by people carrying sword and stick, and they stuck it in my neck, and so I pretended I didn't speak English. That was the best way out. So I started speaking to them in Hindi, and they were like very amused that this guy is like, so but they're not convinced. Someone tried to take my watch, and someone said take his shoes, and then one man said, okay, let's bury him into the pit. They started digging my grave also. So it was just sheer fortune that I managed to get him. But again, as I said, there was no magic formula of what you should do and how you should react. You just have to have a calm, composed head and try to wriggle out of the questions. I don't know what for them, what really makes sense about this rambling. But I have a very eventful career. My stories, as I said, would have led to the arrest of about 250 criminals around the world. And most recent was when we dismantled what could be one of the world's biggest cybercrime syndicate. It was operating. That led to the arrest of my voice keeps on echoing in my hair. So I think I should stop here because there's something the audio is not clear. Because if you have any questions, I can ask, but otherwise I can just go on and on.
Thank you for your kind words and time, sir. Next, we have Dr. Wael Awad. He's a senior international journalist and a West Asia strategist with over 40 years of experience. He has reported on conflicts in regions such as Sri Lanka, Kashmir, Afghanistan, and the Gulf, and was embedded with the US troops in Iraq in 2003, where he was captured for 10 days. He has served as South Asia Bureau Chief for Al Arabiya TV and created Dateline South Asia with ANI. Dr. Awad has led leadership roles, including twice as president of the International Association of Foreign Correspondents of Club South Asia and is a founding member of International Association of Press. He is a distinguished advisor of the Tilottama Foundation and GCTC and Secretary General of the Indo-Arab Intellectual Forum. He has received numerous awards for his work in journalism. I now kindly invite Dr. Awad for a few words of knowledge. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the humble word. Assalamu alaikum. Namaskar. Namaste. Hello. Good afternoon. I've been associated with India for ages. And first of all, I wanted to thank the Academy, the universities, MIT, Peace Global University, for inviting me to speak today. I have visited Pune long years before many of you were born. And I was here in AFMC. We used to play basketball. So I used to enjoy the weather, the Marathi, the king of Marathi, the center, the empire of Marathi king, the culture, the cuisine, the weather. And on top of all this, I enjoyed the fig. And fig anjeer in India is very rare. So whenever I used to come to Pune, I used to take with me to Delhi. So I don't know if it is the season now or no. Because we consider anjeer is the fruit of the paradise. So I envy you being in Pune. I wanted to speak today on peace because I have spent, I think, whole my career in the field of wars. You may see me only in trouble area. You never seen me in a Miss Pageant or anywhere else. Only when there is a disaster, I used to be seen in the Arab world, showing my face in different stories. So I will just go across, and I think over the years I have learned that peace is the only strategic option we all should opt to, because wars does not lead us anywhere. What is our rule as a journalist? Do we compromise on our basic principle if we become a peace activist or a peace promoter as a journalist? I think we need to take all this in consideration while doing our profession in a true-heartedly, as an accountable, as reliable, and as a truth-telling in all the field. That's what journalism is all about. I made some slides to show you the significance of the being a peace activist. What we should do is there is ability to shape the narratives and provide context in a crucial in fostering understanding and empathy among diverse group. So we need to know what is the challenges we face, what are the opportunities, and what is the action plan to be active in peace promotion. So how many of you consider journalism is a promoting peace? We need to look into that. Do you think that this is things we should do? And I think being a responsible also citizen, one should focus mainly on this and stay away from war. So we need to examine mainly when we discuss any cause of a trouble, conflict, dispute, communal disharmony, riots, seditions, all these issues has to be looked into the roots to avoid and prevent it, and also to have more of an activity among the society. But the biggest challenges we face is censorship, which is nowadays very famous. The freedom of speech is no more free, as we may see. Most of the media houses are run by corporate. There is no independent journalist. You have to rely more mainly on the news from the bloggers, from writers, or from people like me who left their job because they refused to be part of any organization that can dictate me what to say. So I left it and I said, no way, I'll speak whatever I find and whatever I feel like. So I don't want it to be part of any organization. So therefore, this is our challenge, the biggest challenge. Safety threats, we face difficulties, and I think the war on Gaza, on Lebanon, on Syria, have left more than 156 journalists dead. And this is the highest in the history of journalism covering. There are more than 1,000 according to the protections, the Committee of Protection of Journalists. But the figures which have been recently is much, much higher in the whole history of covering the news. And I think these are the issues where we are finding. Misinformation also is one of the challenges, that sometimes they give you false news to sell it out, and then the false news is spread like hot cake, like what happened in Gaza. And I'll keep referring to Gaza because this is of your memory now, where people told you 40 babies, decapitating heads, and then the Prime Minister of Israel showing the President of the United States a dead baby in his hand. It turned out to be artificial intelligence. It was a dog pictures. It wasn't not even a baby. And even the American president lied to the world and he said, yes, I have seen 40 babies. Then the White House was quickly to react and saying, okay, there was no pictures to see. It was just saying. So the spreading of the lie created the genocides happening in Palestine and now spreading to Lebanon because nobody wanted to know the truth. So this misinformation, sometime we pay a hefty price. By the time the damage happened, then I think nobody will be left. And I'll tell you one of the examples. I'll stay with the examples with you. When we had the problem in Syria, one of the leading channel in Arabic took a picture of two kids. They put in a coffin, they're dying on the floor, put them in the coffins, and they were roaming around in the place, were gathering with there. And then they were saying these two kids were killed by the regime or the Syrian government. By the time the major channel ran the story and they switched it off, we ran the remaining part of it. The two kids were walking out and walking away. But what you saw is two children dead. But what we see, the children are alive, but the message was sent out. So we must understand when we are reporting, report the fact and don't go by sensationalizing of the stories. I think that's the importance of ethical journalism. And ethical journalism is very important in conflict reporting. And that's where we find ourselves more challenges. When I was in Iraq, embedded with the American journalist troops as an embedded journalist, and it was the first terminology has been used as an embedded journalist, because it was never only the US troops or any army used to take journalists with them, part of the troop. But being an independent journalist going with the American We had to compromise on our reporting, 250 don'ts and 50 do, and that was making us compromising to the extreme that we were unable to tell the fact what was happening on the ground. Nevertheless, we had no other option because it was the only option for us to enter with the American troop. And I think I paid the price because I shifted away from the main PR exercise and I refused to be part of the propaganda. And I was captured, ambushed, and to be executed by the Iraqi regime, but somehow we managed to escape. And my book will be coming soon. It will be a factual book. Maybe it will be a movie in Indian Bollywood as well, so you will have a chance of seeing it. I have been promising my friends in the television and on the Bollywood that I will give them the book. They like it and they will write the scenario. So soon, I couldn't because of keep on hunting me, the being in captivity for 10 days, and you know that you are to be killed, to be executed, but you managed to escape. That was the great story behind. So that's how, you know where you get your news from, you know how to report, you know how to put it from where, what are the sources, which somebody was asking me. I find it difficulty in getting the reliable source of the news, but I think the documentaries, archives, community, press release, all these structures will help you in trying this. So this is where you are in India, the largest democracy in the world, and you enjoying democratic values, uplifting everything. I don't think misinformation or misuse of democracy should be a title to compromise in your reporting news from India. So I think you have the privilege to prove to the world that we are still, to some extent, independent journalists in India. So media literacy, this is important. You know, many people miss the chance. You learn from the college, they teach you lots of stories about lots of things. But when you go to the field, you find it very difficult that you may not be able to apply everything in the book. And there are certain things which is not written in the books, you will be able to learn it yourself. And I made it a habit of myself, whether I was in Jaffna with the LTTE, whether I was in Syria or Gulf War, whether I was in Yemen, I made sure that every place I go, you need to study the place, the culture. That's how you escape death. In fact, I escaped death from Afghanistan. I was detained for 3 days as well when Ahmad Shah Massoud was killed by 2 supposedly journalists. And I was the only Arab in the compound where he was killed. And I was detained for 3 days. But somehow I managed to convince them with the president of Afghanistan and the foreign minister telling them he's a journalist and he's my personal friend. So I was saved, I was allowed to move around. So studying the place where you are, doing a good research, knowing the culture of the people helps you in making yourself as safe as possible and also make you as good reporter as you are. So the weapon of mass migration, this is what we call it because we had the weapon of mass destruction where the American told us in Iraq that they were going to find the Iraqi weapon of mass destruction, and Netanyahu was telling the world will be safer if we remove Saddam Hussein, and Saddam Hussein has to be removed, and then the whole West Asia or Middle East will be prospering. So we went with them, we found weapon of mass deception. There was no weapon. Then they acknowledged, they lied to the UN. Colin Powell, the Foreign Defense Secretary of the United States, said it himself that it was the worst day in my life, the black day of my life, that I have lied at the UN, that there was no weapon of mass destruction in Iraq, and all that false stories they have given. So they are masters in articulating for you a false story and sell it out. But when you wanted to say something, they will say it's not the truth, it is conspiracy. Whatever we say is a conspiracy, but whatever they say is not conspiracy. I'll go faster with the slides. It's not changing. Yeah, this is what the petrodollar has been helping in promoting terrorism and extremism, because Saudi Arabia, Qatar were funding the terrorist organization in Syria, and we had 137,000 terrorists from 83 countries came to my country to destroy it. So that's where all the terrorists came with the funding, with the Wahhabism doctrine, and they have run it around. Change the slide, please. This is the petrodollars. This is where all the terrorists has been funding. So you can see still America is holding 55,000 of Daesh people inside Syria under their occupied territory of the northeastern part of Syria, where the oil, they are selling the oil and they're sharing it with the terrorist organization. And none of the terrorist groups are willing to come back on to any country to take their own people. So therefore, we're still having a good hub center for terrorists under the American shelter. This is how the media report for you different people of different race and different ethnic group, but in reality, it is one flag which is running for you the whole of the fact. This is the before and after the American democracy. You can see how the country of Afghanistan, Syria was flourishing, but when American democracy comes, it's a total destruction and chaotic. This is what we are facing. So I'm giving you more of the pictures. You can see for yourself how the country were before the Americans. So maybe tomorrow United States will tell you, follow our line, or will bring you American democracy. So possibility is still lying there. So this is some of the picture I put for you, some example. This picture was very famous in the media when the Syrian boy was taken, and that Syrian boy was the actual picture was this, but when they took the other picture to show it to the world, to show you the more sympathy they generated with this. This is a veteran, so-called Osama bin Laden. New York Times carried these stories. That was, 10 years ago, I still hosting it. The show must be now, since he was in Afghanistan. He was a veteran. He was a freedom fighter. But when he left, he became a terrorist of Al-Qaeda. He became anti-American. And I don't know how many of you knows that Osama bin Laden was a CIA agent. Anybody knows? He was a CIA agent. Anyway, you can figure it out. You can research it. So, but he was used for them in Afghanistan, as Hillary Clinton said it very clearly, that we created Al-Qaeda with the help of the ISI, with the help of Saudi Arabia, to topple the Soviet Union. And then after he finished, he became a terrorist organization. Nevertheless, this is what they have done in Afghanistan. This is what they have done in Syria in 2001. And these are, this is Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq. This is the hub center of terrorism, where all the prisoners were tortured by the American. So this is the IS. I put just general picture just to provoke you before I finish in a minute. This is Reagan when he met with Taliban, when Taliban was a good Taliban, and he met them in California. And then he realized that they are not lining with the American line, and they brought the Soviet Union, so Taliban became a terrorist organization. This is when you don't deal with dollars, you'll have a problem. See, some people talking of de-dollarization. I think watch your foot. This is some of the terrorists in Syria. I share it with my European friends because these were fighting in Syria, but they gave them refugees. They become good citizens. So you have a good terrorist and bad terrorists also. But good tourists if they are in Europe, but bad tourists if they are in Europe. Good tourists if they are in Syria. So most of them, we shared these pictures with them, so it's all available. So this is how they use Al-Qaeda or ISIS. Is just like using them for a political aim. It's a tool. Terrorism is a tool used for political objective. This is one of the picture I wanted to share with you. This is actually the yellow color picture that was Palestine before 1948. And after the division of Palestine, 55% were given to the Jew minorities, and 45% were given to the Arab Palestinian. But over the years, Israel have annihilated the whole of Palestine, including now the West Bank and Gaza Strip. So they don't want any Palestinian state to be there. So when you read the media, you will know who is the victim and who is the aggressor. And there where you should focus more. This is the picture I put it for you just to show you the amount of destruction taking place. And I don't, as Guruji said, Guru Nanak said, you don't have to be a Hindu or a Jainism or a Muslim or a Christian. You need to be a human. I think we need all to be human to understand what's going on. This is what they are promoting now. They are promoting, this is an Israeli map. This is the greater Israel from Euphrates to Nile, which is including Sinai Peninsula, 1/3 of Saudi Arabia, Syria, Jordan, Iraq, and Lebanon. So the war goes on. Perpetual provocation for permanent war in our region. So stop supporting terrorism, all of us. Only rich people will gain from the war and the poor will suffer. And thank you for hosting me in this, and I will be open for question and answer. Just wanted to provoke you with my slides so you will understand, and you will go back and see the important, how to be a good journalist, how to report, how to be remembered all over the world. Thank you very much.
That was inspiring. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Mr. Ramesh Tekwani. He has a multifaceted career as both a writer and a filmmaker. As cinephile, he works on projects that span various genres and themes. His background includes experience in writing screenplays, directing films, and crafting stories that resonate across cultural and social landscapes. His ability to navigate both the written word and the visual medium helps him create immersive and impactful projects. Mr. Tekwani is also a professional, commercial, and corporate writer who started as a trainee audiovisual executive and was appointed as a scriptwriter. An agency producer functioning in a creative and technical capacity, he is a professional filmmaker who creates digital videos, curtain raisers, and documentaries. As a skilled voice actor, artist, presenter, MC, and storybook reader, there is no assignment that he can't do. With a huge round of applause, please welcome Mr. Ramesh Tekwani.
You know, Jai Hind everyone. Can you hear me? Is it clear? You know, when I was first invited for a session here, before I was given a detailed subject, so I thought, you know, is a particular, you know, education, media-oriented session, but I didn't know that I had to talk about peace, and that too with journalists and being the representative from the moving picture medium. Nowadays, I didn't know I was a documentary filmmaker until about a few years ago. Okay, because I thought I was a corporate filmmaker, doing assignments for clients, and my clients also included Mother Teresa and His Holiness the Sayadna. And I always treated everybody as clients because they paid me. I was one of those fortunate few who were prepaid to do their work. But the question of ethics that comes in, as Sir said, a journalist should be ethical. Now, I didn't know anything about ethics. I knew I had to make films, and I was influenced by feature films. Today, I claim that I am everything minus Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi or Sholay. But when I first started, I would say, you know, oh, we must make films which has got sex, violence, and comedy. And I'm talking about corporate films and documentaries because that is my early influence. But when you realize slowly and you are responsible for something. Now, a documentary filmmaker is supposed to be a shooter of reality. Yes? Here's my camera. As Sir pointed out, which picture was there? 2 guys running around or 2 guys in coffins? So the camera, when I place it here or here, it is my reality. It is the reality of the camera person. It is very difficult to be neutral. I was being heard or not being heard while I moved away from the mic. And it's very difficult for you to be neutral in anything. Okay? Life started for many of us a long time ago. And first things first, when we wrote, don't make spelling mistakes. Why? Because that is the first ethics of being honest to your writing. Now next, let me tell you a little story. There was an old lady and she was blind. There was an old lady and she was blind. Her daughter died. Her daughter used to dive for pearls. She used to dive for pearls, and whatever money they sold, the pearls, and made money, they lived and the daughter died. And people thought, ki, how will she eat? How will she live? Of course, the old lady was very sweet and very strong and very brave. And she goes up to the jeweler and he says, look, here, the best of pearls that my daughter, the all round ones, perfect ones that I selected them and kept them in case something happened. So the jeweler tells her, he looks at the pearls and says, oh my God, he says to himself, he says, they are not just the perfect and most round of pearls, but they're the rarest of black pearls. So, and I'll give you the right price for it. The other guy's neighbors told him, काहे को, क्यों, क्या जरूरत है उसको देने की, वो तो अंधी है. So, चूंकि वो अंधी है, मैंने उसको सही जवाब दिया. That was my first lesson in ethics. Now, whenever you make a film, whenever you're committed to make a film, you have to think of how you are communicating. Supposing I am talking of this institute, what is my ethics over here? First is to study. Anything and everything that you do, first study it. Somebody is writing, recently there's an article about the father defending his son about not killing the black deer. Only I remember there were 6 other people there at that point, but there are no stories. So how honest must a journalist be? How honest must I be as a filmmaker? Supposing I'm making an ad film, what am I allowed to say? Can I say, gale mein kharash, sepsis le lo? Or am I allowed, and I am allowed in advertising, a certain license for creative presentation? This is something where you are in students. When you're writing something, you will be filmmakers, you will be journalists. How to write and present in an honest, clear way, even though it is your way. You must have an opinion. On anything, you must have an opinion. So be human. Okay? I had to make a film. And every time you think of some film and you have question marks and you have exclamation marks and you're making a film. कोई पूछे तू हिंदू है, कोई कहे मैं मुसलमान, कोई कहे मैं सेक्युलर हूं, कहां गया ए भारतवासी, कहां गया इंसान? This is what it is. So if you're trying to make a film, if you're trying to make a documentary, if you're trying to make an ad, if you're trying to make a feature film, if you're trying to make films for children, if you're trying to make films for adults, as far as we are concerned, if you're making some kind of films for children, then an automatic adult parent censor comes in. It is not censorship. It is controlled information. I am diabetic. My wife will not give me sweets. Is she censoring? No, she's caring. So for children, if you're communicating I used to watch children's film societies, films when they used to have their festival, and I chose not to be a jury. I chose to be a selector because I wanted to see the films that different countries made. Each country except America, except the US, sorry, not America, US, they are slightly more relaxed. In India, our rule is no relax. No abusing, no sex, no violence, nothing of that sort. Just pure, simple entertainment with a certain lesson. Because you're building a foundation of communication for the kids. But for college kids, then there is a slightly relaxed communication. But if you're over 18, that does not mean I will put in something that is not ethical, that is not honest. Now, basically, where does ethics come in? How do you start with ethics? Okay, first thing you must know and you must question, and it was stated here, that there must be a questioning. कि क्या हो रहा है? What is your audience? You must understand who they are, and will, after getting your message, will they understand what you're saying? Do they already know of it or not? All right, and how will they react to it, or how do you want them to react to it? Just 1 second, please. Glasses from. Yes, please. I thought these new glasses would help me. But when you're reading, then you need to read, and you need to read full. And it becomes difficult to read. So when we are talking of media and peace, the first peace that you have to be with is yourself. Is yourself. You must start off by being with yourself. When you're reading a paper, or you're reading anything, or reading when you're reading a WhatsApp message, you must be at peace, and you must be able to distinguish what is on and what is not. What is fair and what is not. With Google, you can check. If you have people like these as your friends and acquaintances, call and ask. Because if I have to sit, if I have to make a film, any film, suppose you have to make a film on Dhirubhai Ambani. I have to make a film on Dhirubhai Ambani. How do I make a film on him? He's paying me for it. He is not, his son is paying me. But what do you try and present? And at the end, you realize that this man's contribution is that unlike most people, he came to India, set up his business. When we were young, is my time? Is that bell meant for me? Okay. Anyhow. So, coming back to it, a documentary filmmaker places a camera, he's giving you his opinion. When you're writing, you will find out the old formula, is it good for everybody? Is it good for me? Will it help? If all your questions are answered, and you make a film and you present it, it must be clean, honest, and ethical. I think if you have any questions subsequently, you can ask me, but these ting slightly unnerve me. Yeah. Thank you.
That was indeed motivating, sir. Thank you so much. Coming up next, we have Mr. Munish Sharma. He is an active journalist and resident editor of the Pune edition of the Dainik Bhaskar. Now based in Pune, he holds a bachelor's and a master's degree in physical education and also a master's degree in journalism. He has served as the chief reporter and also the editor in Indore, Raipur, Mumbai, and Bhopal. Apart from this, Mr. Sharma has also published the book Wadi-e-Jannat Hale-Jahannam in 2021. Besides journalism, he is an active social worker who teaches tailoring and sponsors girls' education in Kashmir. His empathy and determination is what drives him to be a responsible journalist in modern times. Please welcome Mr. Munish Sharma.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। आप सब जर्नलिज्म के ही बच्चे हैं, पढ़ रहे हैं अभी। घंटी का महत्व समझ लीजिए। बैठने के लिए, आने के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रहती है। हो सकता है कल से आप अखबार लाइन में जाएं या टेलीविज़न लाइन में जाएं, आपके पास एक समय रहता है जो आपको बताता है कि अब आपको करना है। हम भी जैसे हमारा एक समय रहता है कि आपको इतनी देर में लिखना है और भेजना है, क्योंकि मशीन वाले इंतज़ार करते हैं, फिर छपता है, छपने के बाद आगे जाता है। तो ये जो समय का अनुशासन है, ये आप लोग अभी से बैठा के रख लीजिए। हो सकता है आपको मेरी बात पसंद ना आए, लेकिन अनुशासन में रहना सबके लिए ज़रूरी है। बात अपन पत्रकारिता के उसमें करते हैं और शांति की बात करते हैं। आप लोगों को शाम को न्यूज़ चैनल देखते होंगे और वो जो चलता है, एक दूसरे में ढिशुम ढिशुम कराते हैं, तो लोग बोलते हैं कि क्या है यार ये झगड़ा वहाँ बिठा के लड़वाते हैं। अब हमारे साथियों से जब एक दिन हम बैठे थे, बात कर रहे थे, नेशनल चैनल के ही हमारे एक साथी थे, मैंने कहा यार बहुत आता है ऐसा, तुम लड़वाते हो। अरे बोले लड़वाते कहाँ हैं, उनका गुबार उतार लेते हैं, यहाँ आके हमारे आके ठंडे हो जाते फिर चले आते हैं। अब ये अपनी अपनी सोच रहती है। एक हमारे वरिष्ठ प्रवक्ता है एक बड़ी पार्टी के, वो जब नए नए आए बोलने के लिए तो उनको भी इनवाइट किया बड़े चैनल वालों ने। पहली दो उनकी बड़ी फीकी फीकी रही, क्योंकि वो गुस्से में नहीं आए, तो उनको बाहर बोला गया कि यार थोड़ा सा तुम लोग एग्रेसिव हो, नहीं तो फिर हम आपको नहीं बुलाएंगे, हम बोल देंगे आपकी पार्टी वालों को कि हमको थोड़ा सा। तो आप जब जाते हैं या जनता जो देखती है, निष्पक्ष पत्रकारिता जो होती है, उसको लेके हम आज बात करेंगे। बात करने से मतलब मेरा ये है कि जो देखते हैं, अब आप कन्याकुमारी पे खड़े होकर और समुद्र देखेंगे तो आप भारत के बाहर देखेंगे, लेकिन आप जैसे ही पलटेंगे तो बोलेंगे हाँ भारत में देख रहा हूँ मैं। तो ये देख देख का अपना अंतर है। अभी दो वक्ता मेरे से बहुत सीनियर हैं, यहाँ आके बोले हैं, और सीरिया को लेके या दूसरी भी बात जो कही है, मेरा एक मानना है कि सभी को, जैसे सेना में रहता है कि सब लोगों को, अपने यहाँ तो नहीं है, ट्रेनिंग होना चाहिए जर्मनी में या दूसरी जगह, वैसे ही मेरा मानना है कि जो देश की अभी स्थिति है उसमें 6-6 महीने का पत्रकारिता, और पत्रकारिता ऐसा नहीं मौके पे जाके करना चाहिए। क्योंकि जब हम पब्लिक के बीच जाते हैं, अभी जैसे चुनाव अपने महाराष्ट्र में हैं, तो कल ही की मैं एक बात बता रहा हूँ। हम लोगों ने क्या किया, दैनिक भास्कर ने कि चौपाल शुरू किया है। हम जनता के बीच जाते हैं विधानसभा में और वहाँ लोगों से बात करते हैं। एक थोड़ा सा मैं शांति की बात है तो बता दूं कि दैनिक भास्कर ऐसा पहला न्यूज़पेपर है जिसने मंडे को ये तय किया नो नेगेटिव न्यूज़, और उसको काफ़ी सराहा जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब ने भी उसको काफ़ी सराहा है। नो नेगेटिव से मतलब ये नहीं है कि एकदम आपको वो जानकारी नहीं दें। कल फर्ग्यूसन कॉलेज के बच्चे दो यहाँ के एक तालाब है उसमें डूब गए। मैं एक तो दुख व्यक्त करता हूँ, इस तरह की चीज़ें ना हो, बच्चे भी इसका ध्यान रखें। पर अब उसको हम लोगों को छापना तो है, तो हम ये जज देते हैं कि जानकारी परख, कि आपके जानकारी में होना चाहिए ये, या कोई इस तरह का घटनाक्रम हो गया जहाँ पे काफ़ी लड़ाई झगड़ा हुआ, तो हम कोशिश करते हैं कि फ्रंट पेज पे ना दे के अंदर दें, क्योंकि आप जब मंडे को निकलते हैं एक फ्रेश मूड में रहते हैं, संडे आप एंजॉय करते हैं, मंडे आप निकलते हैं, तो आप जब सुबह पेपर पढ़ते हैं तो आपके मन में होना चाहिए कि नहीं, सकारात्मक होना चाहिए। नकारात्मक ऊर्जा आपके लिए कोई वो मतलब नुकसानदायक ही रहती है। तो कल जो हुआ तो हमारे एक सज्जन आए, बोले कि विधायक चुनने में क्या है, अधिकारी जो हैं ये भ्रष्ट होते हैं और ये खराब होते हैं। उन्होंने बहुत लेक्चर दिया, फिर उनको समझाया गया कि अधिकारी को बिठाता कौन है, सरकार बिठाती है। सरकार में कौन आता है, आपके विधायक आते। कौन चुनता है विधायकों को, आप लोग चुनते हो। तो जब तक नीचे से ही शुरुआत नहीं होगी, मैं स्कूलों में देखता हूँ, जाता हूँ, बच्चों को 9-10 के बच्चे हैं, 11th के बच्चे हैं, उनको उनके नींव खराब है, तो उनको बड़े टीचर्स उन पे मेहनत करते हैं और नीचे जो टीचर्स हैं उनको बोलते हैं कि क्या है, इनने पढ़ा ही नहीं इस चीज़ को। लेकिन जब हम नीचे जाके देखते हैं तो पता चलता है कि वो टीचर्स की तो ड्यूटी लगी है, वो बेचारा क्या पढ़ाएगा बच्चों को, चुनाव में भेज रहे हैं या दूसरी जगह। बीच में तो एक प्रदेश में तो उनने गाय भैंस गिनने के लिए टीचर्स को लगा दिया था नीचे के। तो ये सब क्या है, जर्नलिज्म का एक हिस्सा है जो हम लोग इकट्ठा करते हैं और आप लोगों तक पहुंचाते हैं। अब दूसरे बात ये है, रेप को लेके एक मैडम ने निकाला, बोले कि साहब लड़कियों को तो बड़ा बोला जाता है कि ऐसे कपड़े पहनो वैसे पहनो, कोई लड़कों को नहीं बोलता है। आप अगर उनको संस्कार दोगे शुरू से तो वो जाके इस तरह की घटना नहीं करेंगे, तो उनको भी देना चाहिए। मैं उनकी बात से सहमत हूँ कि संस्कार की बात होती है तो बच्चों को, लड़कों को भी देना चाहिए संस्कार। एक अभी गोदी मीडिया, मोदी मीडिया का बड़ा चलता है, तो ये मीडिया का वो लोग हैं जो खुद की बात रखते हैं, खुद की तरक्की चाहते हैं, देश की नहीं चाहते हैं। देश में अगर क्रांति है, अभी सीरिया की जैसे बात करी, तो सीरिया का मैं आपको एक उदाहरण दूंगा। ट्यूनीशिया, फिजी और इधर उधर जो तानाशाह थे उनको हटाने का चल रहा था। सीरिया में 8th के क्लास के बच्चे बैठे थे स्कूल में, उन्होंने उसमें से एक ने लिखा, इट्स योर टर्न डॉक्टर, जो वहाँ के राष्ट्रपति है उनके लिए, क्योंकि वो भी तानाशाह है, ऐसा उनका मानना था। अब वो बच्चों को जब स्कूल में लिखा देखा तो पता किया कौन है, तो वो बच्चों को उठा के लाए। बच्चों को उठा के लाए, उनको प्रताड़ित किया गया। उनके घर वाले जब गए तो उनको प्रताड़ित किया गया। धीरे धीरे मीडिया में ही बात फैली, तो उससे सीरिया में क्रांति पैदा हुई। सीरिया की क्रांति एक 4-5 बच्चों ने मिलकर शुरू की थी। तो क्रांति हो या कुछ हो, आप लोगों को ये देखना है कौन काम सही कर रहा है, कौन गलत कर रहा है। हमारे यहाँ सम्राट अशोक का काफ़ी महत्व है। झंडे में अशोक चक्र है और शेर भी हमने उन्हीं से लिए हैं। सम्राट अशोक के बारे में थोड़ा सा मैं आपको बता दूं कि जब मगध पर उनके दादाजी ने, चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य ने राज किया था, उसके बाद फिर सत्ता बिंदुसार जो उनके फादर है उनके पास आई। उसके बाद में जब सम्राट अशोक का नंबर आया तो उनका नंबर फादर की दिमाग में था ही नहीं। क्यों? क्योंकि वो नाटे से थे, मोटे थे, स्किन की डिजीज़ भी थी, तो कभी बिंदुसार ने सोचा ही नहीं था कि ये भी कभी राजा बनेगा। लेकिन उन्होंने अपने आप को साबित किया और भारत को, जो हमारा उस समय का देश था, काफ़ी आगे बढ़ाया। कई हत्याएं भी हुई। अब एक ये बोलते हैं हमारे उसमें कि भैया मुग़ल साम्राज्य में जो है गद्दी के लिए भाइयों की हत्या होती रही, लेकिन उनके ऊपर भी एक आरोप रहा कि उन्होंने अपने 6 भाइयों की हत्या की गद्दी के लिए। और ऐसे कज़न्स को देखेंगे तो 99 को मारा है। लेकिन मैं जो अंत की बात कर रहा हूँ, उन्होंने जब सब दूर जीत लिया तब उनके दिमाग में आया नहीं, शांति होना चाहिए। फिर वो शांति के मार्ग पे आए। लेकिन और उसको जब हमारे यहाँ संविधान बना तो ये निकाला गया कि हाँ उस समय जो था वो था, लेकिन वो आखिरी में आए काहे के लिए? शांति के लिए। यहाँ भगवान की प्रतिमा आप देख रहे हैं, अगर देखने का रहेगा तो वो जो तीर कमान देखेगा बोलेगा अरे यार क्या है, हथियार लेके घूम रहे हैं। नहीं, लेकिन हथियार तब उठाते हैं जब जरूरत पड़ती है। आप लोगों को भी ये समझना चाहिए, हथियार हमेशा कोई किसी के ऊपर राज करने के लिए नहीं है, हमारी आत्मरक्षा के लिए। कोई अगर हमारे ऊपर आंख उठा के देखे तो करना पड़ेगा। महात्मा गांधी को हम याद करते हैं कि भाई शांति के लिए उन्होंने वो किया, लेकिन उन्हीं के समय सेना बनी ना। क्यों बनी? क्योंकि हमारा देश सुरक्षित रहे। अंग्रेज गए, पता चला कोई और आ गया। तो बहुत ज़्यादा मैं अब समय नहीं लेता हूँ, तीसरी घंटी हो गई। अनुशासन की मैं बात कर रहा था आपसे और मैं ही जो है, तो सभी को धन्यवाद और आप लोगों से मिलते रहेंगे। कुछ भी मेरे लायक रहे तो बिल्कुल आप लोग आएँ वहाँ सीखने के हिसाब से। मैं आप लोगों का आभारी रहूँगा जो इस तरह के कार्यक्रम करवाते रहते हैं। धन्यवाद जी।
That was insightful. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, we have Ms. Prachi Kulkarni. She is a consultant at Collective Newsroom and a senior journalist for BBC Marathi, where she is responsible for leading a team of reporters and freelancers across Maharashtra. She completed her Bachelor's of Science in Physics from Savitribai Pune University and her Master's degree in Mass Media from Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapeeth, Pune. She has received She has previously served as bureau chief of Sam TV and a manager of online content. Apart from this, she worked as a principal correspondent and then as a senior correspondent in Lokmat. Ms. Kulkarni has built herself a prestigious journalism career and has received praise for her influential work. Her contributions to the profession are highlighted by the 2 renowned National Television Awards that she has received for her perceptive reporting. Being in the industry for more than a decade, she is also a recipient of the National Television Award for her reports on various social issues. Let us now welcome her with a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here and giving me the opportunity once again to speak to the wonderful group of students here. Am I audible? Yeah. I'm going to start because I had really not been able to put my thoughts together because it's election time and I was traveling across Maharashtra covering different stories. So I was, just while sitting here, I was thinking about what am I going to say and what am I going to speak about. And the very first thing that came to my mind was recently, I was heading to Kolhapur to cover the riots that had happened there. And a friend of mine called, a fellow journalist called, and she said, "Oh, you're a journalist who covers riots." And I did not know whether to be proud of it or really feel sad about it, because that was what, the 8th or 9th riot-like situation that I was covering, the situation of violence. Let's not call it riot. It was a situation of violence that I was covering in Maharashtra, the state which is not known for such things before. So, how many of you all have heard about Koregaon Bhima? Koregaon Bhima? Bhima Koregaon riots? The show of hands if possible? Not many. So Bhima Koregaon is a place near Pune which was historically known for something else, and now it's got a completely different reference with respect to, you must have heard the term urban Nakshals, right? So that term got coined after the arrests were made in connection with alleged connection with the Naxalism. So when these riots happened, it was basically a caste conflict. And because a lot had happened earlier in the week before that, my editor had asked me to travel to the village and see what exactly is happening, whether it's peaceful and how many people have turned up, because lakhs of people every year visit the place to commemorate that day. When when my photographer and I were entering the village, we saw like fumes coming out from a place like a kilometer away from where we were, from where the gathering happens. And initially we thought it's a situation of fire, so we started talking to people around. And that's it. Even they were not aware of what exactly is happening. But when we started talking to the police, we figured out that something is wrong here. Obviously, police were not letting journalists enter the situation because there were vehicles being put on fire, there was stone pelting happening. Fortunately, one of the ministers from the state government back then was traveling. He was supposed to pass that area. So what we did was we hopped into the car and with him, because his car was not going to be stopped by the police. So we hopped into the car and we traveled as much as we could. At one point, we were stopped by the cops and we were told that there are huge riots happening and like thousands of people are affected, and a lot of homes have been vandalized, vehicles have been put on fire, vehicles in which people were traveling to commemorate that day and to visit that particular place. I obviously, the first thing to do is call your editor and inform them about what exactly is happening. My editor was like, okay, start tweeting if you can. I took a moment and I was like, no sir, I don't think I should tweet. The first thing that came to my mind was, imagine that I am posting something on my social media which is going to be seen by people across the state or wherever people are following me from or wherever they're following my organization's handle from, and what kind of reaction would it result in? There is a caste conflict happening here, stone pelting is happening, vehicles have been set on fire. The kind of result that would have had, I cannot imagine that. So I chose not to post anything on my social media. Cut to earlier this year, there was a similar violence that happened in Vishalgarh Fort near Kolhapur. This I think you might have heard of. I hope you've heard of it, right? Vishalgarh violence. How many of you know about it? Okay, not many. Anyway, so there was a rally happening at a fort for removal of the encroachments there, and the crowd turned violent and there was stone pelting, they set vehicles, they vandalized the houses of people residing in a nearby village, not on the fort, but in a nearby village. And obviously one religious community was affected. I got to know about it when I was in Pune. My office asked me to travel to the place. Within a day, the cops were not allowing us to visit that particular place to report on what exactly is happening, to see the situation ourselves. But then there were a lot of social media posts which were putting forth different versions of the story. Obviously, there was no network in the village for the people to put forth they tell their story, what exactly is happening. So facts were not being presented. But social media, this particular incident was trending. There were a lot of posts being put forth from both the sides supporting the violence, and obviously there were the posts which were condemning the violence but then asking for people to retaliate as well. Now when I visited the place, I started talking to people and the situation was so bad that not only the houses but the toys that the children from the houses were playing with, even those were set on fire, those were vandalized, those were broken down. The first reaction would be of anger, right? But then can I let my anger be shown in the story that I'm reporting? Can I have my emotions let me choose a particular side and report my story? Obviously I cannot. My job is to put forth the facts. So I spoke to both the sides, figured out what exactly happened, and that is what the story was. And it was very different from what was being portrayed on social media. Why I'm sharing this story is because these are the experiences journalists come across, and when I've worked in television, print and digital, and especially when you're working with television, it's the breaking news that matters. You have to put forth everything that is happening within seconds. And in such situation, it becomes really difficult to figure out what the real story is and to put forth what the real story is. I'll tell you, so after these incidents happened, my office and we discussed, and I'll take another 2 minutes, not more than that. We discussed and we decided to show the stories of what exactly happens after the riots, because riot is a reaction, instantaneous reaction. The violence is an instantaneous reaction between two groups. But what happens to people who participate and what happens to the people who are affected? So I went back to a place called Miraz in Maharashtra, which is known as for the first place where such kind of riots between two religions had taken place, conflict between two religions had taken place. And I met a person who was kind of the main accused, the accused for the conspiracy in the riot. I started speaking to him, and it's almost been more than 12-15 years. And today he has no proper job, no proper house, nothing to do, and the party he was associated with is not ready to make him a part or give him any opportunity. So he was like, all these years I spent fighting my own case, and all these years I did what I was asked to do, have all gone in vain. And now I have to fight it's my own struggle, and I have to fight for myself. Nobody is supporting me. That is the kind of situation that it ends up in. The other story that we covered was of a riot that happened a year ago. I met the victim's family there, and what had happened was, initially when the violence happened, a person had died in that particular village, and his family, there were appeals being made to support them in financial ways, in whatever ways you can. And a year later, that woman who was pregnant back then and now had the child of the person, the deceased, was struggling to survive, had no money, parents both one is diabetic, other is a heart patient. She cannot work because she has a very small baby, and she's struggling to survive. This is the kind of impact, irrespective of your religions, irrespective of your caste, that these kind of violence ends up having. And it's really important for us as a journalist to put forth all these sides of the story, all the facts in front of people who are going to read them in whatever medium you're writing for, in whatever medium you're shooting, recording it for, in whatever medium, even if it's my personal social media or even if it's my organization's official portal. I'll end with a story of one of my colleagues, a BBC's correspondent for South Asia, Yogita Limay. She's a Puneite, by the way, and she now covers South Asia for BBC. So she was recently in Afghanistan covering, obviously, the conflict and situation there. And as Sir mentioned, the good old Taliban versus the new Taliban. So she got the opportunity. She wanted to interview someone from the government to understand. She was doing a story on the situation of women there who are not given the opportunity to learn, to even undergo the school education. So she was wanting to interview the representative of the government. The representative told her that we won't be speaking to women. So what he did was, he was sitting there was a translator sitting in the front, and she was the one who was supposed to ask questions, was sitting across based on the camera angles. This person refused to look at her even once and only continued speaking to the translator, just because speaking to a woman would send out a different kind of message, and a woman asking questions would send out a different kind of message. My first reaction to this was, why did you even do it? I mean, the person is refusing to talk to you directly, and it's kind of insulting for you as a journalist. Her answer was, how many women are getting the opportunity to ask the question? If I'm getting it, why not seize it? And it's obviously our job to put forth both the sides of the story. And if I'm getting to do it, I have to do it in whatever manner I can. So I basically wanted to share my experiences with you, and I think we've had the world view to Maharashtra's my view that I have gone through. And what I want to highlight is that make sure you represent facts and make sure you get your facts right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. On behalf of the Department of Media and Communication, I would like to propose the vote of thanks. I express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Vail Abad, Mr. Ramesh Tekwani, Mr. Mazhar Farooqi, Mr. Munish Sharma, and Ms. Prachi Kulkarni for sharing your immense knowledge and experience with us. Thank you for providing your valuable time to us. Thank you so much. All the students are requested to remain seated for the next session. We'll be starting immediately. Thank you. I request all the dignitaries to remain on the stage for a group photo.
With every tweet, reel, post, and podcast, we are witnessing the emergence of new voices that redefine the mediascape. Good evening.
good afternoon rather, to this seemingly interesting lot. I'm Anya Tejwani.
And I'm Amrita Reddy.
And we welcome you to session 3 of the National Conference of Media and Journalism. Now let's be real. School to university was a tough transition. But when it comes to the workplace, things take a steeper turn, don't you think? Starting a new job can feel like millennials keeping up with meme culture. It's somewhat exciting, daunting, yet perplexing.
As emerging media mavens, do you not agree that it is an absolute thrilling time to be in the space of media? But it is also true that a media workspace proves more challenging than ever. Finding yourself in a new workspace is almost like joining college and getting a new whiff of adrenaline. You're the new kid. The freedom, the fun, but the pressure. Fortunately enough, our amazing panelists are here to be your captains, steer you through shaking waters, and help you navigate your way through.
Today welcomes on one side seasoned panelists and on the other ambitious newcomers. A wonderful set of minds with an eager lot of bubbling students. Introducing to you all Youth to Youth. Here we'll explore the art of understanding company culture, colleagues and collaboration. Engaging in active listening is key. So I urge you all, be curious, ask questions, wonder, ponder and follow along.
Yes, follow along as this brings us to introducing our 3 stellar panelists. Prateek Deshmukh, an actor whose works speak brilliance. Ikra Sheikh, a charismatic sports presenter at Fever 94.3. And Misha Sharma, a multi-talented multimedia specialist.
I kindly call upon Professor Dheeraj Singh, Associate Dean of the Department of Media and Communication, to felicitate our dignitaries. On behalf of all the students who will soon set foot into the professional world, we feel incredible to have you here with us.
Now, introducing our lineup, our very fantastic panelists. First up, we have with us Sir Prateek Deshmukh, an actor originally from Pune who started as a child artist in Marathi theatre. He holds degrees in electrical engineering and global entrepreneurship from Purdue University and worked as a systems engineer in Washington, D.C. His passion for film brought him to Mumbai, where he completed a diploma in acting from Anupam Kher's Actor Prepares. Prateek has built a versatile career as a casting assistant, assistant director, film actor, and associate/creative producer in Hindi and Marathi films, music videos, and over 16 national TV commercials. His notable works include leading roles in Marathi films and producing Pondicherry, directed by Sachin Tendulkar. After the COVID-19 pandemic, he earned a master's degree from Santa Clara's University and worked as a data analyst for campaigns involving YouTube, Google, the People's Choice Awards, and Coachella 2023. He ventured into writing with his debut novel, 4 Days of Magic, a bestseller on Amazon, followed by Where Do I Fit?, which tackles bullying and coming-of-age themes. Currently, Prateek sir manages his family business in industrial automation, leveraging his technical expertise while pursuing creative endeavors.
We also have with us a very dear alumna. I wondered if this feels like a full circle moment for Miss Ikra Sheikh. Now, ma'am's love for digital content creation has been best channeled in the fast-paced world of sports. In the past, Ikra has been interested in discussing sports on YouTube. But her breakthrough point came when she joined Fever 94.3 as an intern in Pune's most popular radio station. Soon after, Ikra polished her audio production, live broadcasting and audience engagement while also developing her expertise in sports commentary and analysis. Ikra is currently working as a sports presenter at Fever 94.3, where she provides her views, excitement and knowledge of sports through radio and the internet. Her passion has now brought her to be one of the most well-known figures in the modern industry, and she's been motivating young enthusiasts to follow their dreams.
Now hold on to your hats, folks, because we have yet another alumni from MIT World Peace University. With a proven track record in mass media and communication, Miss Meesha Sharma is a highly sought-after multimedia specialist. With over 4 years of experience, ma'am has successfully worked across various domains, including digital marketing, corporate communications, and journalism. Her expertise involve a wide range of skills such as video editing, graphic design, keyword optimization, and production. She holds a bachelor's and master's in mass communication and journalism from our very own Department of Media and Communication. Beyond her professional accomplishments, she is also passionate about singing and painting, showcasing her creativity and artistic flair.
Can we please have a huge round of applause for all our guests? Now, without further ado, the dais is open to discussion and deliberation. We'll discuss the tips and tricks to maneuver through the world of media like a pro. I call upon Sir Prateek Deshmukh to kindly take the podium.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I would like to thank Dheeraj sir and the team at MIT for inviting me here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? And I had a presentation queued up. Okay, so when I was asked to, yeah, I think that will be more comfortable. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, you can. Now I can see you guys. Hello, are you awake? Hello. Hi. So when I was asked to come here and talk to you guys about something, then I thought, what can I talk about? Because my experiences as an actor, and you guys are media professionals, you are going to be very soon, and you are lucky enough to get formal education in that field. And most of my experience comes from learning things on the job. But I did take a step and I did my acting diploma, which really helped. But most of what I've learned in the diploma was a basis for learning a lot more things as a working professional in the industry, and I thought that I would kind of distill some things that you guys can use in your career. So I put together this presentation which says, which kind of distills the 7 golden rules to thrive as a creative professional. So you can go to the next slide. Okay, so as they have already introduced me, I'm an actor, creative producer, I'm an engineer, project manager, I'm an author and a YouTuber, and it sounds like I'm boasting a lot about me. But when I was your age, I didn't think that I would be standing here and having done all of these things. But things kind of happen for a reason, and you learn along the way, and I'm sure you guys will too. So I thought that I'll take you through some anecdotes, some stories to talk about my experiences and these 7 golden rules. So the first golden rule, know what you want and what you don't want to do. That sounds really weird, but earlier when I was talking to you, I think it's you, you said that, no wait, sorry, I'm confusing myself. When I was talking with you, I remember you saying that you don't really have an idea what exactly you want to pick and choose as your career while you're loving the experience here, what you're studying. But I think most of you will be the same way, where you don't know what you want to do, which is completely okay. But I think it's really important to know what you don't want to do. So when I started in Mumbai, I did not know anybody in the industry, in the city. And my first job was as a casting assistant at Yash Raj Films. And I was working really hard. almost like, I don't know, 12, 13-hour days. But a senior casting director sat with me and he said, why do you want to become a casting director? I said, I don't know. I want to become an actor. He's like, okay, then you're wasting your time. You're going behind something you don't want to do. As a casting director, what you'll get to do is meet other actors and put their auditions into profiles, put them in PowerPoint presentations, read scripts, and that's not going to help you. What will help you is being an assistant director on a set, which is what I did next. But it kind of gave me an early valuable lesson that if you don't want to do something, don't do it. Don't waste your time. When you graduate, do something you want to do. Even if it feels like it's unreachable, at least do something which is a stepping stone towards what you want to do. Be open to serendipity. So I'll tell you guys how I became a creative producer. Like our host mentioned, I'm a Purdue alumni. And there was a Purdue alumni meeting in Bombay and I was in Pune. And I really was in two minds. Should I go all the way to Bombay to attend this session or not? And I decided, you know what, let's just go, make the effort. And because I went there, as soon as I got out of the car, I didn't know where to go. And I saw a guy wearing a Purdue t-shirt, so I followed him. And because I thought he knows where he's going. And eventually, when I walked into the venue, somebody introduced us, who knew both of us. And he said, you know, amongst everybody here, he's the only person who's become a producer. So you are like from the film industry. So you're the only two people who graduated from engineering and have gone into filmmaking. And the rest is history. Me and Neil became really good friends. And he is a producer, and I became a creative producer at his company. I got to be a creative producer on many Marathi films and a couple of Hindi films as well. Currently, I'm working on a A-list Hindi film as a creative producer, which stars Anil Kapoor. So, stepping stones, but again, if had I not gone to the event, I wouldn't have met this guy. So, make an effort. The third golden rule, work hard. So one day when I was an assistant director, my dad calls me and he's like, Pratik, kya kartas? I was like, I'm on set. He's like, I called you in the morning, you were on set. I called you in the night, you're on set. Why are you on the set all the time? I was like, yeah, this was my schedule and we figured out that I've been working for 20 hours. But it didn't feel like 20 hours because I loved what I was doing. Even though we were running around and we were exhausted, I loved what I did. I was on a film set and that was the dream. So if you love what you do, even 20-hour work days, which are not healthy, I'm not promoting working that hard, but 20-hour work days also feel like, oh, it's just fun and games. Whereas if you hate what you do, even an 8-hour work day will feel like an eternity. The next step, the next golden rule, take a step back, look at the big picture. Every 2 or 3 years, maybe once a year, maybe on your birthday. So right around when I turned 30, the COVID-19 pandemic hit and the entire film industry shut down. Nobody had any work. I saw so many actors who were very famous who had to sell their houses in Bombay and move to Pune because nobody had any money. It was a really tough time, but it gave me time to sit back and think, is this really what I want to do? While I loved what I was doing, was it giving me enough financial stability? I don't think so. So I figured I need to do something that gives me financial stability. I didn't know what that was. But at that point, did I regret the 5 years that I spent building a career in films? Not at all. Everything that I know today is because of that struggle, which takes me to the next one. You should always play to your strengths and then pivot. So if things are not going your way, think about what are my strengths, and then you can pick your next creative field if the one that you're in is not appealing to you. So what I did after the pandemic is I went for my master's in Santa Clara University. Now I was studying data analytics, which is nothing to do with films, but nobody got jobs. As you must have heard, 2 years ago, people were just getting fired in the US. And because I had something on my resume from Bollywood and so much experience as a creative producer, I was the only data analyst who got a job. I got hired in an agency which worked actively in Hollywood, and I was creating content using data for celebrities like Michael Bublé, Brad Pitt, a lot. I don't know if I can name a lot right now because of NDAs and things like that, but I did work on Coachella 2023, a lot of YouTube accounts, and also on the Oscars last year. So if you wonder why Natu Natu was at Oscars and performing, it could be because of me, because I was like, Indian diaspora loves if Indians are in the Oscars, you'll get a lot more viewers. So, yeah, so play to your strengths and pivot. Another thing I did when I was in the US is I started a YouTube channel because I felt like I missed being in front of the camera. And so my friends were like, why don't you start a YouTube channel? I was like, I don't want to vlog. I don't want to wake up in the morning and show everybody what I'm doing all day. So I tried to create some creative narratives and started an account which is doing pretty well. I started writing a couple of concepts which I had as a creative producer, which I had pitched, which were not going anywhere because of the pandemic, eventually became books. The first book, 4 Days of Magic, became a bestseller in US and UK and India. And my second book, Where Do I Fit, is a story that was really close to my heart. And I didn't know if I could be an author, but the success of the first book enabled me to write the second book. So play to your strengths and pivot if in your career, if you feel stuck. The next thing, very important, don't compare yourself to anybody. Two children born in the same family, maybe twins, will be raised, and even if they have the same horoscopes, they'll have completely different lives. So you cannot compare yourself with any single person in the room or in the world. If we talk about the nepotism debate, if I think, oh, I had to struggle from scratch and stand in line for 7 hours to get to an audition, that's not fair. Janvi Kapoor gets to just be born and get into a movie. That's how the world works, okay, let's get real. I work right now in my parents' company. If an engineer from IIT thinks that, hey, I'm more talented than Pratik, he's probably right, but I get the job because I'm my father's son. Similarly, your parents, your friends, your university has given you skills and opportunities that nobody else will get. They are unique to you, so you can use them the way you like them, the way you want them. The last rule, be nice, no matter what, because hard fact, talent is not equivalent to work. Work is because of a lot of people skills in the media industry. You really need to hone up on your people skills. So I'll tell you a fun story. I will not name the actor. But when I was an assistant director, there was a really toxic actor on the set, okay? So how was he toxic? If I was the second. So what a second does is I had to take care of the actors. I had to give them the scripts, run around. So all the other actors were really friendly. I would go to their vanities. I would explain the scene to them. They were receptive. They were listening. This guy was like, you talk to my boy who's standing outside. I'm like, अच्छा, okay, I've given him the script. I can see कि अंदर script नहीं जा रही है. Director बोल रहा है, actor को बुलाओ. मैं उस boy को बोल रहा हूँ, कोई मुझे अंदर जाने नहीं दे रहा है. मुझे गाली पड़ रही है. But cut to, I think it was 4 years, not even that long of a time, when I was a creative producer and we were thinking of actors for a particular role, to be cast in a particular role. This name came up and I was like, no. We are not going to cast this guy, horrible on set. And he did not get the part. So a little bit of a negative story for the actor, but a life lesson. Be nice no matter what. You never know who will be helpful few years later. Or maybe they won't be, but it's just nice to be nice. People like you. Yeah, so the point was not to demotivate you or anything like that. Stay motivated. I tried to tell you a little glimpse about how this game of life works, no matter what profession you guys choose. So it's a little bit of a cheat code. And if you would like to connect with me, I'm always available. These are my social media handles. Everything is at Mr. Deshmukh. I am on LinkedIn. You guys can reach out. My books are available on Amazon, and that's my email ID. So yeah, all the best for your careers, and thank you for having me. I look forward to your question and answers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, sir. I actually made notes over here because I wanted to take down the points, because after 2 years, I'd also been in a workspace. So I wanted to take down the tips. So I think my favorite part was you said that it didn't feel like hard work because I loved what I do. And I think that struck out to me the most. But I think me, myself, and as well as my fellow peers would like to hear more. So I request Ms. Ikra and Ms. Misha to take over the panel discussion.
Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is Ikra, and before I say that I do sports presenting for Fever 94.3, I take great pride while I say this that I am a fellow alumni, and this is my home ground. You are going to listen to a lot of sports terms while I speak, and it's great to be back. I think that's also my favorite thing that you said, कि वही करना चाहिए जो पसंद है. I think I did the same, and I am still surviving because of the same thing that he said. Ki you can take it long way if you like it a lot. So yeah, I have a lot of questions for you. I had a huge question bank even before you started. So I'm ready with it, Misha. But you start off with the questions.
Okay, so I remember you mentioned कि 20 घंटे का पूरा एक शूट डे हो गया था and you do not promote any toxic work culture and all of that. But in the age where we are seeing a lot of people saying कि मतलब work-life balance and all of these things are Western culture that have been brought to India, how do you stay motivated to keep on working and get new ideas? Because we are in an age where everybody is getting burnt out. तो जब आपको पता है कि आप 20 घंटे काम नहीं कर सकते हो किसी चीज़ पे, even though it is your passion, how do you stay motivated?
I'll use that mic because this is like, I don't know, it's just this internal thing. I feel maybe an insecurity that I did not get. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, hello.
Check.
Oh, okay. Hello, hello. Yes, you learn something new every day. Okay. So, how do I stay motivated? I'll be very honest with you. It could be a little bit of an insecurity. I feel like I wish I had chosen to be in a media school like you guys and learned things professionally, which I didn't. So it could be like overcompensating for that. Hello, hello. Hello. हाँ शुरू है. Hello, hello. Yes, so I think it could be an insecurity. I have always felt that I wish I had taken something in media as my major rather than engineering. But practically on a film set, when I was assisting and those 20-hour days, you get a big reality check when you work so closely on a film. I'll tell you the reality of the situation. So we had a dance performer, as in a dancer, and she is quite famous. She acts in movies, but she's a better known dancer. And she was dancing for a good 12 hours. Her knees were bruised, okay? And the stage that she was dancing on, the set, it had LED panels as the floor, which they would keep changing the colors, whatever. It was an item number, okay? And all these dancers, like 30, 40 dancers behind her, everyone's dancing, and all the steps are on their knees. So they're scraping their knees. Now there's blood coming out of the knees. Then they are putting medicine on them. We are putting bandages on her thing, but we have to put makeup on it. And then she was dancing. Why? Because the producers invested crores of rupees and we only have this set for one day. So if it's not over in 12 hours, there's no other option. You have to shoot. So we had to shoot for 16 hours. Being an assistant director, I had to come an hour early to plan everything, an hour later to plan the next day shoot, and that's how eventually it became 20 hours. But we loved what we were doing. You can take breaks, you can go sit in the vanity, chill. Applying it to your jobs, when you are feeling a burnout, it's very important to take a break, take a step back. But when you're in the middle of things and things are very crucial, and if you really love what you do, you'll not even think that you're working hard. You'll be like, हाँ चल कल सो सकते हैं ना घर जाके. So that's why I mean, like, if you love what you do, it's okay to work hard. I'm not promoting toxic culture, but that's sometimes the reality of a situation.
Amazing. I think the next question is something before which I think I will ask y'all to give me a poll on this. How many of y'all think that it's necessary for us to find a niche when it comes to working? How many of y'all think that it's necessary for us to find a niche? Raise your hands up. Oh, few of y'all. The rest of y'all think कि कुछ भी काम करेंगे तो चल जाएगा, but we need to work. Is that how it is? So my next question, even I think that there has to be some niche when you work. And अभी तक मेरा mindset यही था. But now that we have a fellow panelist who is a complete multitasker, I want to ask you, don't you find it difficult while doing everything at a time? I mean, you're writing, you're doing a YouTube channel. Don't you find it difficult? Is there a sense of this thing कि नहीं मुझे एक niche, मुझे एक ही चीज़ पकड़ के आगे चलना चाहिए? Is that what is important in today's world?
I think it is important when you are a working professional. As a freelancer, you have to play to your strengths. And situations change. I really want to be a full-time working actor, which I am. I'm doing good work, touch wood. But in my free time, I feel like, yaar, mujhe ye bhi karna hai. Somebody asked me, can you read my script, give me feedback? I did that. Then they said, I loved what you were saying, so can you be a creative producer? I love that opportunity, I'm going to take that. So I'm not doing everything every day. I'm not doing everything with an agenda, ki I want these 10 things on my resume. Like I said, when I was their age, I didn't even know a single person in Mumbai. I didn't know what I want to do, nothing. As opportunities come your way, you take them up. But one thing I don't shy away is from hard work. So, arey yaar, chal na, kal karte. That's just not inbuilt. Because I feel like there's so much I want to do. It's a problem.
Okay. You also spoke about the first thing, ki matlab, you're supposed to follow your passion. I think that was the first point, I'm not sure. Follow your passion, right? But for people who are in college right now, who don't even know what they're supposed to do at this point, they're just going somewhere. उनको पता नहीं है कि मुझे इस direction में जाना चाहिए या फिर इस direction में. Do you think that they should be open to trying new things? Because I know for myself, I tried a multitude of things to be able to find कि हाँ नहीं journalism मेरे लिए better है. But for that I had to try new things. Even though you find your passion to be one thing, you should be open to trying out other things as well. What is your take on this?
So I have a little bit of a spiritual take on this. Okay. When you don't know what you have to do, sometimes things come to you, right? Let's say you have today, you have right out of college, you've graduated, you have two jobs. One is as a sports presenter, let's say, and one is as a sports producer. You give your best shot. Now what you're actually good at, the interview, whoever's taking your interview, he'll see, oh, she's good at this, she's not good at this, and they'll give you the job and you'll excel at it. So whatever you're meant to do, you'll end up doing. So I think kids, just chill, you'll figure it out. It'll come to you.
The next question is, I think everybody of you all must be thinking about this. Let's go straight up to the monetary part of this. I think along with passion, at this point, when I was sitting in this crowd, I was thinking about what internship should I take. Unpaid hui to kya hoga, paid wali chahiye. While the rest of my friends were making money, I wanted to follow my passion but still make money, which was very difficult. So basically, is it okay to prioritize money first? Because in the media industry, I am pretty sure it's not very, मतलब इतना जल्दी नहीं होगा कि तुमको उतने पैसे मिलेंगे. But still it's important for motivation in a part. And at this age, I know that they'd be looking for paid internships over passion. So what's your take on that?
I feel, okay, so first of all, very good question. And for me, it was a little different because I graduated as an engineer in the US. I got a job. I was working in Washington, D.C. for a year. I was making a lot of money. Luckily, I come from a family where I did not have any loans. My parents had paid for my education. So I was earning a lot, but I was not satisfied. So when that 1 year mark hit, I was like, nahi hoga mujhse. I love my job. I love my people. My boss was willing to raise my salary the next year. But I was just like, what am I doing? Like, this is not what I'm meant to do. So even if you pick something that you're not meant to do, you'll figure it out. So with all of my savings in the US, I moved to Mumbai. And then I tried. By the time I gave up, I moved back to Pune. I got my first film. I had only worked in Hindi. Somehow, randomly, things just aligned and I landed my first debut film. It was a big film with Subodh Bhave and Shruti Marathe. It was a big star cast. And when that released is when I got my next films. And then it was a roller coaster. But having said that, monetarily, my parents could support me. My savings could support me. So if you want to do something which is not monetarily going to pay you off a lot, I feel like what you can do is take a calculated risk. Think about your financial situation practically. If your parents can afford it, use it. That is your advantage. That is the nepotism advantage that you have. If you don't have it, be realistic about it. Nahi hai mere paas. I will do this job, earn money and audition on the side and or whatever that you want to pursue. So but you have to take some risks. Otherwise you will just be stuck in that loop, hating your job, and eventually you will hate your life and a lot of time will go and then you will regret it. So take calculated risks is what I would suggest.
That's well said. I think there's a last question from Misha, and then we'll open the panel for the questions that you all have for us.
Now, I'm sure a lot of students over here, being in the media and communication industry, also want to somehow venture into YouTubing and want to venture into being an influencer themselves. A lot of them might also have like good Instagram and TikTok or something. इस type की presence उनकी अच्छी होगी, no doubt about it. So, people trying to venture into being an influencer or a YouTuber, what would you suggest are the things that they need to do? As you were someone who ventured into YouTubing as a newcomer only. आपको कुछ नया try करना था, आपको देखना था. So, what did you learn and what would you tell them?
We'll circle back to your first question or the question that you asked them. You need a niche. That is the answer. If you are a YouTuber copying people, why will the audience watch you? If you're someone sitting in a room thinking, how do I find a niche that will appease the audience? You may find something, but that will not appease the audience. You can just be you. That is your niche. That is the cheat code. I cannot be anybody else and nobody else can be me. So for me, I just was like, I love watching vlogs, but I find it banal to create a vlog where now I'm up, look guys, now I'm doing this, now I'm brushing my teeth, now like it's an art. I'm not looking down on people who are doing it and earning a lot of money from it. So I was like, what do I do? I'm good at storytelling. So then I'm good at fitness stuff, I'm good at this, I'm good at that. So I created videos related to that and I tried. कि ये चल रहा है क्या, ये चल रहा है क्या. So I did a video with my sister where we were looking at all Puneri things in San Francisco. And that one randomly just hit the park. We got over some 40-50,000 views and lots of subscribers. Like overnight it was just viral. But it was so unique and I guess there was an audience for it. Then you try to create more content like that. That's how you find your niche. If you पहले से think with that pressure कि मैं क्या करूँ, कैसे होगा, तो नहीं होगा. You do something that you like, thoda udhar karke, you will find that niche. But you need to first start and just be very authentic. Don't try to like be fake and copy somebody who's already successful.
Yeah, I think we've got spot on answers to all our questions. Now the panel is open for your questions. Is there anybody with questions for Prateek sir?
Mention that the floor is now open for questions. However, time is going to permit us to ask 2 questions. So everybody in the audience has somehow vicariously lived through the guests' experiences. This is your chance to ask questions. Ask away, be curious.
Oh, that's less curiosity. Yeah?
Check. Hi. I really loved everything that you talked about, but I also had a question. Like in this industry that you were working in, did you face a lot of rejection? And for a lot of kids and a lot of people who are going to go out and like experience a lot, how do you think we should face rejection or failure? How do we get back up from that?
I can only talk as an actor. It's really tough. It is extremely tough, and you get rejected left, right, and center, and you get rejected. As an entrepreneur, if you're trying to sell, okay, I'm selling this bottle, okay, and she's my client, and she says that, Pratik, I don't like this green color. I want it to be blue. I can do that. Maybe we may not agree on a price, blah, 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 but we can change the product is the point of this example. When you are rejected as an actor, you're rejected for your vibe acha nahi hai. Acha, he is Maharashtrian, what? No, then no. Oh, he doesn't look Marathi, no, no, no. So, you know, like it's just so banal, you cannot please everybody. You cannot stop trying because otherwise then you're not going anywhere. You get rejected left, right, and center. You were standing for an audition for 3 hours in the sun, and by the time you reach the gate, they look at you and be like, not fit. And earlier I used to be like, take it really personally. And then I figured that if I am the casting director and in my scheme of things, this actor doesn't fit the role that's written on paper, I cannot cast this actor. So it's nothing personal. Nobody gets enjoyment out of rejecting you. You have to kind of, again, take a step back and think of the bigger scheme of things. If they want a more famous actor, it could be because they want more views. They're spending more money. They're putting lakhs and crores of rupees on your face or on your talent. So it's okay. When you develop that kind of big scheme of things point of view, then you are like, acha, okay, yahan pe nahi ho raha hai, I'll find somewhere. And eventually you will. So, but if you take every rejection to heart, it'll be very tough. And I learned this the hard way, but you kind of learn to develop a very thick skin, which helped me later. So when I was doing my master's and I was applying for internships, and as many of you are, I'm sure, you get rejected after a couple of interviews and you're like, oh my God, dunya khatam ho gayi, nahi ho gayi. Your whole life is in front of you and something better will come and you will have learned something from your previous experience. So rejection is good. That's how you learn.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, one final question before we end this session up. Is there anybody who wants to ask anything? Come on, yaar, it is a youth to youth connect. There has to be some connect happening. No questions? Are we all clear? Kya karna hai? That's amazing. Okay, I'll wrap it up. I think I have one question. So, अभी हर चीज़ करने की एज ग्रुप काफ़ी कम हो चुकी है. Now you see YouTubers who are 7-year-old YouTubers happening. There's a sports presenter who's literally 10 and he's doing very well. So there's a pressure of making it big right in the starting of your career. Now what these guys are going to do, उन्हें लगेगा internship में ही हमें इतना तोड़फोड़ काम कर देना है that we need to make it in the next 10 days. What do you recommend here? Do you need to take it slow, step by step, or do you have to keep it up with the trend की थोड़ा पेसी रहो, आज की डिमांड ये है? What is it about?
अगर आप naturally रह सकते हो पेस के साथ, if that's something that comes naturally to you, तो you will anyway do it. But if it's not coming to you naturally, if you take the pressure, oh my God, मुझे करना है क्योंकि इसने किया, ये कर रहा है, वो कर रहा है. Again, don't compare. So I don't think that makes any sense to take that pressure. I used to have that pressure. XYZ actor got his debut when he was 28. I am 31. I haven't been launched. So it's bizarre to get that kind of, because then I realized that even Neena Gupta is doing leading roles. Jim Sharp didn't get his first big role until his like late 30s. An actor now, the narrative has changed so much that you get cast at whatever age and you can do an amazing part. There are so many platforms, and that's the same for all media industries. I'm sure even on your radio show, you could get an older guy, a younger guy, a gay guy, anybody, you know, of the plethora of the world. If they're good, they have something to say, you'll put them on the radio. Similarly, when the right thing has to find you at whatever age, it doesn't matter. Don't take that pressure, because if you take that pressure, you'll drown. It's insane. So yeah, chill maro, ho jayega sab kuch.
As we arrive to the conclusion of this session, I am sure that all those who are present here feel self-assured listening to your stepping stones that in retrospect have turned out to be a success story. This has been a refreshing and sharp-witted discussion. I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Pratik Deshmukh, Ikra Sheikh and Misha Sharma for sharing with us their enlightening contributions. I also thank our Dean, Associate Dean Professor Dheeraj Singh for his steadfast support.
Speaking of support, this session would not be a success without the guidance of our dearest faculty. Last but not the least, to our peers, your enthusiasm and participation is greatly appreciated. It has enhanced our discourse. Speaking of our discourse as well, today we spoke to an actor who's in writing, who's in film, who's also a data analyst. We spoke to a sports presenter, and also we spoke to a multimedia specialist. And we learned about niches, we learned about staying motivated, we learned about calculated risks, which I'll have to take forth. And I think that this has been a very informative session for all of us, so thank you so much for this.
Thank you for making this session a fresh dialogue of voices in the media space. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Just one last quick announcement. This session is done, so we are completed with our plenary sessions. We moved to Plato Hall, so those who are interested, we will now take part, or at 5 o'clock, the academic sessions. I repeat, Plato Hall at 5 p.m. for the academic sessions will commence. And tomorrow in Chanakya building in Trikona Hall at 9:30, we will begin day 2 of NCMJ. Thank you. May I request the guests to just stay on stage? We'll just take one group photo.
Hello, hello, hello. Check, hello, hello.